Chapter 1959. Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. Go Little. Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. In the banquet hall, Fang Chen and Star and Moon accompanied godly Emperor Shueluo and the woman in black. Fang Chen only knew that the woman in black was called Ling Er. He didn't know anything else. Since godly Emperor Shueluo didn't want to talk about it, he didn't want to ask. The Samsara Palace didn't care about worldly affairs and didn't participate in the disputes of the realm of the gods. So it had a good relationship with the Palace of Bones. At least, the Samsara Palace hadn't sent any of its members to Golden Peak Island for so many years. Godly Emperor Destruction, here's to you. At the banquet, Shueluo's face was full of smiles. He raised his wine cup and clinked it with Fang Chen's. Don't be so polite, Shueluo, Fang Chen said with a smile after finishing his drink. I haven't been out for a long time. I didn't expect to see such an excellent genius like you this time. I'm impressed. Godly Emperor Shueluo admired Fang Chen from the bottom of his heart. Godly Emperor Shueluo chatted with Fang Chen while Ling Er chatted with Star and Moon. After a few hours, the banquet ended. Godly Emperor Shueluo looked at Fang Chen and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, Godly Emperor Destruction. If there's a chance, come to the Samsara Palace and I'll treat you well." "I'll definitely go if there's a chance," Fang Chen said. Ling Er was also very happy. "Fang Chen, the Samsara Palace is very fun. You should come and have some fun." With that, Godly Emperor Shueluo and Ling Er left Golden Peak Island. Fang Chen reached out and held Star and Moon's fair hand, his eyes full of tenderness. In the territory of the beast gods. In the first sacred palace, the first holy sun sat cross-legged, cultivating. Suddenly, a coquettish maid rushed in and said, "The holy sun, the third holy sun wishes to see you." "Oh, he's back. Let him in." When the first saint heard this, he smiled and said, "Don't worry." After a while, the third holy sun came in. "Big brother." The third saint had a grave expression as he spoke in a low voice. Under normal circumstances, when there were only the three of them, they would call each other brothers. "Well?" the first holy sun asked calmly. The third holy sun shook his head and said, "It's a mess. The strength of the God Emperor of Destruction is beyond my imagination. I can't gain the upper hand in my battle with him. In the end, not even the Crimson Marrow Tiger clan's forbidden technique could defeat him." The third holy sun sighed with a bitter smile on his face. The first holy sun's expression changed, and he nodded. "People from the Palace of Bones are very good at escaping. It's normal that you can't beat him." The first holy sun nodded. "No." The third holy sun wanted to say something, but stopped. "What happened?" The first holy sun seemed to have found something wrong and asked in a low voice. The third holy sun pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and told the first holy sun about the battle between him and Fang Chen. He even told the first holy sun about the bet between them. After saying that, the third saint lowered his head. "Damn it." The first holy sun's face was gloomy, and a murderous look appeared between his eyebrows. "You want me to apologize in person?" The first holy sun's face showed a sinister smile. "I admit that his strength is beyond my imagination. But you want me to apologize in person just because of this? How dare you?" The third holy sun said gloomily, "Brother, the godly Emperor of Destruction's attacks are incredible, especially his sword-way divine skill. I can't resist it at all." The first holy sun waved his hand and comforted the third holy sun, saying, "You just rest and recover. I will avenge you. If he wants me to apologize in person, he needs to be strong enough." After a pause, the first holy sun continued, "As for your weapon, leave it with him for the time being." The third holy sun could hear the anger in the first holy sun's words. "Brother, you must avenge me," the third holy sun said. The first holy sun nodded slightly. He looked up at the void with his dark eyes. His thoughts had drifted thousands of miles away. After defeating the third holy sun, Golden Peak Island finally quieted down. The pool dragon load had returned to normal and could be mined again. However, Fang Chen was still worried. He set up an absolute god formation around the 5 loads. Then, he handed the control center of the formation to the Vice Island Master. Once he found something wrong, he would activate the formation immediately. After settling everything, Fang Chen began to cultivate. He had gained some insights from the battle with the third holy sun. In the courtyard, Fang Chen sat cross-legged, surrounded by the aura of Sword Wei. The inheritance of the demon emperor is really powerful. Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. The power of the demon emperor's demonic dragon sky destroyer sword was enough for Fang Chen to defeat a godly emperor of the same realm, even before he learned the sixth move of the ancient soul refining technique. I have some idea of the 24th level of the demonic dragon sky destroyer sword. After briefly organizing his insights, Fang Chen began to meditate. Sure enough, the cultivation this time was almost a matter of course. In just half a month, Fang Chen succeeded in cultivating the 24th level. This also meant that Fang Chen was standing at the top of the godly emperor realm, worthy of the title of godly emperor of destruction. Phew, Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. There was a smile on his face. He had gained a lot from cultivating for half a month. I can't cultivate the last 12 moves of the demonic dragon sky destroyer sword for the time being. I'll find a chance in the future. Fang Chen said slightly. However, with my current strength, I'm afraid I can defeat the first holy sun, right? Then, Fang Chen struck while the iron was hot and cultivated the illusory demon book of time and space. The golden heart beat rapidly, and the aura of time and space around him became stronger and stronger, constantly merging together. The speed of the integration of time and space rules seems to be faster. Fang Chen said to himself. Fang Chen was cultivating quietly on Golden Peak Island, but a very shocking thing happened in the God realm. Among the 6 godly emperors of the rules, except for Fang Chen who succeeded in his challenge and became the new godly emperor of destruction, the other 5 godly emperors of the rules had been firmly occupying their positions. However, on this day, a piece of news came from the Pantheon, and it immediately caused a stir in the entire God realm. A mysterious person challenged the godly emperor of destiny in the Pantheon, and there was an earth-shattering battle between the two. In the end, the mysterious person defeated the godly emperor of destiny with his absolute strength and became the new godly emperor of destiny. This was also the second godly emperor of the rules to change hands after the godly emperor of destruction. This incident caused a huge commotion. Fang Chen succeeded in his challenge, and he was a disciple of the Bone Progenitor, a descendant of a famous family. This mysterious person had no reputation in the God realm before. Although this person was extremely mysterious, some people still found some clues that proved that this person was the former godly emperor of destiny. When he was a godly king, he succeeded in challenging the godly emperor of destiny. Now that he was a godly emperor, he became the new godly emperor of destiny. For a time, people compared the mysterious person with Fang Chen. In just a single night, the entire firmament was abuzz with the news. However, no matter how hard the major forces searched, they could not find any trace of the godly emperor of destiny. This person seemed to have evaporated from the God realm. By the time the news reached Golden Peak Island, half a month had already passed. Whoosh! In the courtyard, when the space-time aura around Fang Chen reached its peak, Fang Chen's figure suddenly disappeared into thin air. The next moment, he appeared at the other end of the courtyard. The space-time phantasm demon book has reached the 8th level. Fang Chen smiled and stopped cultivating. However, at this moment, his communication jade pendant rang. Immediately, he received the news that shook the entire God realm. Godly Emperor of Destiny, Godly Emperor of Destiny, mysterious person, Fang Chen muttered, and his face gradually became serious. He seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, he slapped his head and cried out, could it be that this person is the inheritor of the destiny system? Cosmos god Jiu Yuan left behind 6 great sword Dao inheritances, and they were passed down to 6 people. Before this, Fang Chen killed the inheritor of the creation system and obtained the other 4 inheritances. Including his own inheritance of the destruction system, he had a total of 5 inheritances, and only the destiny system inheritance was missing. Fang Chen had been asking around, but there was no news of the inheritor of the destiny system. However, there was news of this happening frequently recently. Fang Chen suspected that the new godly Emperor of Destiny was the inheritor of the destiny system that he was looking for. Chapter 1960. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. In the vast realm of the gods, there were bound to be some idiots with wild imaginations. For example, the leader of the 27 Sword Emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace, the Evergreen Sword Emperor, was currently plotting against Fang Chen on Golden Summit Island. Fang Chen is getting stronger and stronger. We can't drag this out any longer. Otherwise, it will be even harder to kill him. Yeah, I think the sooner we act, the better. Even the third holy son of the Beast God clan was defeated. Even if you go all out, you might not be able to defeat the third holy son, right? The Evergreen Divine Emperor's face turned solemn when he heard the discussion of the Divine Emperors. I originally wanted to reap the benefits, but the third holy son of the Beast God clan was too weak. After some investigation, I found out that there are 5 major mines on Golden Summit Island. Some time ago, something happened at the Pool Dragon mine. It seems that the third holy son came to Golden Summit Island because of the Pool Dragon mine, said the Evergreen Divine Emperor. So, I plan to tamper with the Pool Dragon mine. What can we do? Hearing this, the Evergreen Divine Emperor smiled mysteriously. Soon after, he whispered into their ears and told them about his plan. Then, he began to implement it. The Pool Dragon mine was near the sea. Because it was a first-class mine, most of the people mining here were divine kings. Only the person in charge was a divine emperor. Besides, with Fang Chen's absolute god formation, the Vice Island Master was not afraid that someone would be blind enough to cause trouble. Outside the Pool Dragon mine, the Evergreen Divine Emperor and the others hid and observed carefully. There's only one divine emperor here. We can kill him, said the Evergreen Divine Emperor. But the absolute god formation is a little troublesome. We'll be discovered once we touch it. Let me do it. A bearded divine emperor said softly. He was also a formation expert. Be careful, the Evergreen Divine Emperor reminded. Then, he quietly began to crack the formation. Every formation in the world had its flaws. There was no perfect formation in the world. Fang Chen's absolute god-level array formation was no exception. It had flaws as well. As for the bearded godly emperor, he happened to be very familiar with this array and had studied it countless times. Ha ha ha. In just an hour, the bearded deity emperor had broken a hole in the array. He then waved his hand, indicating that the Evergreen deity emperor and the others could enter. Hoo. After the South Tomb Sword Palace's divine emperor entered the formation, he quickly burrowed into the Pool Dragon mine. Inside the mine, the God Emperor in charge looked around and commanded the crowd. Today's task is more important. Everyone, focus on mining. Poochie. However, just as he finished speaking, he felt his origin spirit tremble and blood flowed out uncontrollably. After that, his head stiffened as he turned around with great difficulty. To his astonishment, he discovered the Evergreen Divine Emperor and the others. He wanted to send a message back, but he no longer had the strength to do so. Bang! The Evergreen Deity Emperor and the others attacked together and killed him completely. Let's move quickly. Then, the South Tomb Sword Palace's divine emperors used their absolute strength to start a large-scale massacre of the God Kings mining the mine. After an hour, the Evergreen Deity Emperor and the others quickly gathered and said, "Let's go." Finally, the group disappeared into the night. For the next few days, Fang Chen had been studying the Spacetime Phantasm demonic book, hoping to reach the last level. At his level, the Spacetime Physique Cultivator was considered outstanding. However, the Bone Progenitor had high requirements for him and he still needed to work hard. If I have the chance, I really want to go to the ancient barn boundary to take a look, Fang Chen said. At this moment, the Vice Island Master rushed over with a gloomy face. Island Master, something big has happened. Speak. All the miners mining in the Pool Dragon mine have been killed. Even the elder in charge of the team has been killed. The Vice Island Master said in a deep voice. What? Following a bang, a terrifying murderous intent was emitted from Fang Chen's body. What's going on? Fang Chen asked in a cold voice. Didn't I set up an absolute God formation? Why did this happen? There's nothing wrong with the absolute God formation. I suspect that it was done by the orc gods. They deliberately chose the pool dragon mine as a show of force. The Vice Island master guessed. I'll go take a look. Fang Chen's heart was burning with anger. He also guessed that it was done by the orc gods. He had just humiliated the third holy sun, and now something had happened to the pool dragon mine? How could there be such a coincidence? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fang Chen floated above the pool dragon mine and carefully sensed the formation he had set up. It seems that someone has tampered with it. Immediately, Fang Chen closed his eyes and sensed. A moment later, he opened his eyes. He was sure that the formation had been tampered with. It seemed that the person who did this must have inquired about him and knew that he was an absolute god formation master. Interesting. Fang Chen's face was gloomy as he said coldly. Then, he rushed into the pool dragon mine. At a glance, the mine was full of blood. Corpses lay in pools of blood, dripping with blood. The orc gods. Fang Chen clenched his fists and was burning with anger. However, just as he was about to turn around, he found that something was wrong. Hey, the wounds on the elder's body? Fang Chen squatted down and carefully examined the only divine emperor leader. There were many wounds on his body. Although the enemy had disguised himself, Fang Chen could clearly sense that those were not wounds left by other sharp weapons, but by sword marks. A sword cultivator from the orc gods. Fang Chen was a little puzzled, and his eyes flickered. He put his hands on the leader's wounds. Buzz. The golden heart beat rapidly, and wisps of fine sword chi drilled into Fang Chen's body. It was then absorbed by the golden heart, and the latter suddenly opened his eyes. What a vicious mind. Fang Chen said word by word. There was a trace of sword chi left on the leader's wounds, and it was the same as the aura of the sword palace of the South Tomb. You came all the way to Golden Peak Island to kill me, and you killed innocent people and framed the orc gods. You want us to kill each other and then reap the benefits? Fang Chen's mind suddenly cleared up, and he said slowly, you forced me to do this. Looking at the innocent martial cultivators lying on the ground and losing their lives forever, Fang Chen was enraged. They were innocent. Why did they have to be involved in the dispute? I'm your opponent. Come at me if you have any problems. Crack. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly, and a crisp sound was heard. He was filled with anger, and he soared into the sky. The divine emperor of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb is hiding on Golden Peak Island. Find them even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Fang Chen transmitted his voice to the Vice Island master. Then, he spread out his spiritual consciousness and scanned the surroundings. Since you want to die, don't blame me, Fang Chen, for being vicious. This time, Fang Chen really wanted to kill them. As long as he could find the divine emperor of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, he would end their lives with his own hands. After the news was spread, the elders of the inner palace who were guarding Golden Peak Island quickly spread out to search for the murderer. Fang Chen was no exception. He used the space-time phantasm demon book to travel to every corner of Golden Peak Island. In an extremely secluded place. The evergreen divine emperor and a few others were sitting on the ground, eating a piece of barbecued meat. I'm speechless. We are divine emperors. When did we have to suffer like this? Yeah, we have to hide every day and eat barbecued meat. We can't even drink wine, and we have to be wary of Fang Chen. The few divine emperors complained as they ate their barbecued meat. There was a faint smile on the evergreen divine emperor's face. To him, as long as he could complete his mission, it didn't matter how hard it was. Let's wait a little longer. Fang Chen must be burning with rage right now. He must have gone to find the holy son of the beast god tribe for revenge. The evergreen divine emperor smiled faintly. Once he enters the territory of the beast god tribe, he won't be able to come back alive after he humiliated the third holy son. A divine emperor has caused such a mess in our South Tomb Sword Palace. He's really something. Yeah, even the palace master can't do anything to him. The God Emperor of Destruction has ordered that no God Emperor is allowed to attack a divine emperor. This kid can be considered a genius. It's a pity that he offended our South Tomb Sword Palace. I'm afraid he won't be able to survive this time. So what if he's a genius? Since ancient times, there have been countless geniuses that have fallen. Only those who can survive and grow can be called geniuses. The evergreen divine emperor snorted coldly. Geniuses who died would be forgotten by time. Everyone was laughing and discussing, not noticing that danger was approaching. Chapter 1961. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little. Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Anger burned in Fang Chen's blood. Love go little say W, true murderous intent filled his body. He felt a chill run down his spine when he thought of the innocent miners lying in pools of blood. Although he wasn't the one who killed them, they died because of him. They could have lived a carefree life, but because he came to Golden Peak Island, they were met with an unexpected disaster. The South Tomb Sword Palace. Fang Chen, who was shuttling rapidly through the void, was enraged. He hadn't been this angry in a long time. The people of the South Tomb Sword Palace had thoroughly enraged him. Fang Chen had already made a decision in his heart. Once he found the people of the South Tomb Sword Palace, he would not show any mercy and kill them without mercy. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After the Spacetime Illusion Demon book reached the 8th level, Fang Chen's speed reached the maximum. In addition, the spacetime rules of order had almost taken shape. Fang Chen could use all the spacetime aura in the void. As a result, there was almost no place on Golden Peak Island that he couldn't find. After searching frantically for 3 days, Fang Chen finally found a suspicious place. Array formation. Fang Chen instantly found an extremely hidden place in the clouds. There was an array formation that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Moreover, this array formation was an ultimate god array. It seems like there is an ultimate god array master in the South Tomb Sword Palace camp. Fang Chen paused for a moment, then said, "But, so what?" Then, he took a step forward and descended from the void. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at this hidden place. "You've hidden very well. Unfortunately, you met me." Fang Chen had already determined that the people hiding here were from the South Tomb Sword Palace. Crash. Fang Chen waved his hand and the aura of array formation spread around him. In an instant, the absolute god-grade formation shattered and the evergreen celestial emperor and the others appeared before Fang Chen's eyes. "As expected, it's you." Upon seeing Divine Empress Evergreen, Fang Chen's eyes turned scarlet, cold, and bloodthirsty. What happened? The group of people who were originally chatting and laughing suddenly discovered that the formation had shattered. Immediately, they panicked. How did he find this place? The Evergreen God Emperor was also stunned. Their plan was perfect, so how did Fang Chen find this place? Everyone stood up and looked at Fang Chen warily. The South Tomb Sword Palace is truly shameful to have trash like you. Fang Chen was in no hurry to attack. Instead, he stared coldly at Divine Emperor Evergreen. "And you, as the disciple of Swordless God Emperor, how could you do such a sneaky thing? Do you still have the face to live?" Facing Fang Chen's questioning, the Evergreen Divine Emperor calmed down from his panic. "Mitch," the Evergreen Divine Emperor snorted coldly and said in a low voice, "Fang Chen, you've offended the South Tomb Sword Palace and ruined Master's plan. As long as I can kill you, I'm willing to do anything. Why do you have to attack innocent people?" The aura on Fang Chen's body was a little strange. He seemed to have calmed down gradually. "Why can't you come at me? Do you feel guilty? Ha ha ha, those people died because of you. I want you to blame yourself for the rest of your life." Since the plan had failed, there was no need to hide anything. The Evergreen Divine Emperor said this intentionally to provoke Fang Chen and make him go crazy. This would give them a chance. "They won't die for nothing," Fang Chen said calmly. "Then what about the 20 over sword emperors of our South Tomb Sword Palace? Are they going to die for nothing?" The Evergreen Divine Emperor said with a malevolent expression. "Fang Chen, today, either you die or I die." Evergreen Divine Emperor, are you afraid? Fang Chen took a step forward and stood in front of the Evergreen Divine Emperor. His pitch-black eyes stared at the latter as he asked calmly. A trace of panic flashed across the Evergreen Divine Emperor's face. However, he quickly calmed down. "Chimph, I'm afraid." Although I can't help but admit that your strength has exceeded my imagination. Even if we can't kill you, we can still defeat you if we join forces. The Evergreen Divine Emperor's meaning was simple. Even if they couldn't kill Fang Chen, they could still escape unscathed. It's a pity that the plan has failed this time. However, it doesn't matter. You've offended the third holy son of the beast god race. He definitely won't let you off. The Evergreen Divine Emperor was still arrogant. Fang Chen shook his head lightly and said, "Are you done?" The Evergreen Divine Emperor was stunned. He didn't understand what Fang Chen was saying. "If you're done, then prepare to die," Fang Chen said calmly. "You!" The Evergreen Divine Emperor roared in anger. He waved his hand and said, "Attack together. Let's fight it out with him." Under the command of the Evergreen Divine Emperor, the few Divine Emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace attacked together. From today onwards, the South Tomb Sword Palace no longer has a Sword Emperor. Of the 27 Sword Emperors, only the Evergreen Divine Emperor was left. And now, Fang Chen wanted to kill him. Whoosh! The star-concealing sword appeared in the sky. Fang Chen executed the 24th level of the demonic dragon Heaven Destroyer sword. Poochie! The terrifying sword light turned into a huge black dragon. It carried a terrifying power and pierced through the body of one of the Divine Emperors. No, seeing this, the Evergreen Divine Emperor roared. Their combined attack couldn't push Lin Fan back. Instead, they lost a Divine Emperor. Has his strength reached such a level? The Evergreen Divine Emperor's eyes were filled with fear. In such a short time, Fang Chen's strength had increased a lot compared to when he fought the third holy son. It's too late to realize it now. The combination of the Space-Time Phantasm Demon Book and the demonic dragon Heaven Destroyer sword was Fang Chen's strongest attack. The Evergreen Divine Emperor and the rest couldn't resist at all. In the blink of an eye, 2 Divine Emperors fell under Fang Chen's star-concealing sword. "Evergreen, hurry up and leave." At this moment, a burly Divine Emperor tried his best to stop Fang Chen. He wanted to buy time for the Evergreen Divine Emperor. "Leave quickly, Evergreen." The other Divine Emperor who was stabbed by Fang Chen spat out blood. He held onto the star-concealing sword tightly, not allowing Fang Chen to move. No, although the Evergreen Divine Emperor was furious, his rationality told him to leave quickly. As long as he was alive, there was hope. The Evergreen Divine Emperor turned around in pain and quickly escaped into the void. "None of you can leave." Poochie, after killing the Divine Emperor who was holding onto the star-concealing sword, Fang Chen started to kill the other Divine Emperor. "Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." The Divine Emperor knew that he wasn't a match for Fang Chen. He gathered the energy in his body and wanted to self-destruct. Rumble. The explosion of a Divine Emperor realm expert was too powerful. The violent energy caused the entire Golden Peak Island to shake. Fang Chen was drowned in the powerful aura. Some of the Divine Emperors who were searching the Golden Peak Island suddenly heard the tremors. "Vice Island Master, what happened? It seems like there are experts fighting. Could the Island Master have found the culprit? Let's go and take a look." In an instant, everyone on the Golden Peak Island rushed towards the source of the explosion. All the grass and trees within a radius of 10,000 miles were turned into nothingness. A huge crater appeared on the ground. The terrifying energy of the self-destruction still lingered in the air. Cough cough. Dust flew up and a mud man flew out from the ground. Fang Chen patted the dust off his clothes. He had an ugly expression on his face. Sword-shaped runes revolved around his body and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, the Golden Heart absorbed a large amount of energy from the self-destruction. Fang Chen said to himself. The self-destruction of a Divine Emperor was too powerful. It could even threaten ordinary Divine Emperors. This was also the reason why no one was willing to force a Divine Emperor to do anything. He had been caught off guard just now. Fortunately, he had the double protection of the Golden Heart and the perfect sword body. Even so, Fang Chen had suffered some minor injuries. Evergreen Divine Emperor. After recovering slightly, Fang Chen spread out his spiritual consciousness and found the Evergreen Divine Emperor who was traveling through the void. "Want to leave?" Fang Chen's lips curled into a playful smile as he entered the void. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. As soon as Fang Chen left, the Vice Island Master and the other Divine Emperor elders arrived. They took a deep breath and were shocked when they saw Fang Chen's sorry state. Could it be a Divine Emperor self-destruction? The residual aura in the air is too strong. It must be a Divine Emperor self-destruction. Where's the Island Master? Why didn't we find him? Could it be? In an instant, everyone's expression changed as they searched for Fang Chen. Chapter 1962. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. In the void, the evergreen deity emperor was running for his life. His heart was filled with fear. He had cultivated for countless years to reach this level. If he took another step forward, he would be a deity emperor. Moreover, his master was God Emperor Swordless. Even if he couldn't break through, his status in the South Tomb Sword Palace wasn't bad. But now, he was being chased by Fang Chen. Damned fella. Thinking of Fang Chen, the evergreen divine emperor felt a burst of anger in his heart. Back then, that soft persimmon that could be needed by anyone had already grown to this extent. It was all because the South Tomb Sword Palace wasn't decisive enough. Moreover, the God Emperor Destruction had spoken. Otherwise, Fang Chen wouldn't have been able to survive until now. But now that things had come to this, he couldn't regret it. What he needed to do now was to escape from Golden Peak Island. Even if he had to escape to the Beast God Race's territory, it would be better than staying here. Swoosh. The evergreen deity emperor waved his hand and the battleship appeared on the ocean. He then dived into the battleship. Hold it there. Fang Chen followed closely behind and slashed out with his sword. Suddenly, the calm ocean turned into turbulent waves. Waves splashed as the battleship of the evergreen deity emperor swayed. But it still continued to move forward. Huff. Huff. Fang Chen leaped up and stopped in front of the battleship. Evergreen deity emperor, you won't be able to escape. Fang Chen said coldly. Fire. In the battleship, the evergreen deity emperor activated the attack system. Suddenly, a terrifying cannon shot out from the battleship towards Fang Chen. Swoosh. Fang Chen used the time-space phantasm Devilbook and dodged the attack easily. Seizing this opportunity, the evergreen deity emperor continued to escape. Fang Chen continued to give chase. In the blink of an eye, the battleship was far away from Golden Peak Island. Time passed. Seeing that Fang Chen was about to catch up, the evergreen deity emperor couldn't care less. He gritted his teeth and placed all the god crystals in the battleship into the energy slot. Then, the speed of the battleship was pushed to the maximum. Are you trying to escape from me by destroying your battleship? Behind them, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly when he saw the battleship suddenly accelerate. After that, he sneered and executed the ancient soul refinement technique's destruction sword technique. A terrifying destructive sword chi shot out from the hidden star sword and turned into a monstrous sword shadow. It cut through the sky and slashed at the battleship. Crack. A crack appeared on the battleship, and the boundless seawater invaded the battleship. The evergreen divine emperor looked extremely anxious and flustered. Is there someone ahead? All of a sudden, the evergreen god emperor noticed a figure hurrying over from 1,000 miles away on the turbulent sea. Immortal divine pavilion? The evergreen deity emperor was overjoyed. Their South Tomb Sword Palace and the immortal divine pavilion had some friendly relations. He immediately transmitted his voice, "Brother from the immortal divine pavilion, I am the evergreen divine emperor of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace. Please lend me a hand. I will definitely reward you greatly." The evergreen divine emperor's voice was filled with boundless true god energy and instantly transmitted into the ears of the people from the immortal divine pavilion. This person was dressed in black and held a golden flute in his hand. Although the bamboo raft was small, it was able to withstand the surrounding waves. He stood on the raft leisurely, as if he was sightseeing in the West Sea. All of a sudden, he heard someone transmitting a message to him. He immediately raised his head. The evergreen divine emperor? The black-robed man's expression changed. Then, he stomped his feet and the bamboo raft seemed to have some magical power. Its speed increased to the maximum as it flew towards Fang Chen. "Brother Evergreen, don't worry. I'm coming to save you." Fang Chen also saw the black-robed man rushing over. He executed the 24th level of the demonic dragon heaven-destroying sword. A terrifying sword light turned into a black dragon and pierced through the battleship. Suddenly, the Evergreen Divine Emperor's body shot out from the battleship. "Die!" Fang Chen roared and stabbed out with the hidden star sword again. Poochie. No matter how hard the Evergreen Divine Emperor tried to block, it was to no avail. The hidden star sword pierced into the Evergreen Divine Emperor's arm, instantly crippling it. A miserable scream came from the Evergreen Divine Emperor's mouth. He endured the pain of losing his arm and temporarily escaped from Fang Chen's attack range. It was also at this moment that a roar of anger came. "Stop!" At the same time, a black laser shot towards Fang Chen. Bang! Fang Chen raised the hidden star sword and blocked it. Rumble. On the surface of the sea, the waves were roaring. Fang Chen was floating in mid-air. Below his feet was the battleship that was about to sink to the bottom of the sea. Opposite him, the black-robed man stood on the bamboo raft with a golden flute in his hand. He stared at Fang Chen with a gloomy expression. The Evergreen Divine Emperor, who was escaping in a sorry state, landed on the bamboo raft. When he saw the black-robed man, his face was filled with joy. "Brother Wu, it's actually you. Ha ha ha." Initially, the Evergreen Divine Emperor was just casually asking for help. He did not expect that the person who came would be his best friend. Wu Jindi, a member of the Immortal Divine Pavilion. She was extremely powerful. Among the Divine Emperors, she was comparable to the three holy son of the Beast God tribe. A long time ago, Wu Jindi had been on good terms with the Evergreen Divine Emperor. All along, the two of them had kept in close contact. "Brother Evergreen, it has been more than 100 years since we last met, right?" Wu Jindi said faintly. "Yes, I'm ashamed to say that. I didn't expect to meet under such circumstances." The Evergreen Divine Emperor's face was filled with shame as he laughed self-deprecatingly. "Brother Evergreen, you took good care of me in the past. Now that you're in danger, I naturally won't sit by and do nothing." Wu Jindi said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Whoever wants to touch you will have to ask for my permission first. Brother Wu, this person is the disciple of the bone progenitor, Fang Chen. He's also the new Divine Emperor of Destruction. He has a deep grudge against my sword palace. You must be careful." The Evergreen Divine Emperor reminded. "Divine Emperor of Destruction?" Wu Jindi's eyes flickered. She then said, "Give me some face and let this matter rest. How about it?" After all, the other party was the disciple of the bone progenitor and the Divine Emperor of Destruction. Wu Jindi didn't want to make a move unless she had no other choice. "The Evergreen Divine Emperor and I will fight to the death," Fang Chen said indifferently. His attitude was clear. He definitely wouldn't let the Evergreen Divine Emperor leave today. Hearing this, Wu Jindi frowned in displeasure. As an undying warrior of the Immortal Divine Pavilion, he had a high status and was extremely powerful. He had already taken a step back, but the Divine Emperor of Destruction didn't give him any face. "Oh," Wu Jindi said, "but I'm indebted to Brother Evergreen. I can't sit by and do nothing." After hearing Wu Jindi's words, Fang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said, "Since that's the case, let's rely on our own abilities." Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand. The aura of Array Dao filled the air and an absolute god-grade array appeared out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped Wu Jindi. Then, his figure appeared in front of the Evergreen Divine Emperor like a ghost. "Evergreen Divine Emperor, do you think Wu Jindi can protect you?" The voice of the God of Death entered the Evergreen Divine Emperor's ears. The Evergreen Divine Emperor's body trembled and he retreated continuously. "Fang Chen, you can't kill me." The Evergreen Divine Emperor screamed hysterically. "I'm the disciple of the swordless Divine Emperor. If you kill me, my master won't let you off. But, if I don't kill you, will the swordless Divine Emperor let me off?" Since he was already at odds with the Sword Palace of the Southern Tomb, Fang Chen didn't expect the swordless Divine Emperor to let him off. After all, they were enemies. So what if he killed the evergreen divine emperor? Caught off guard, Wu Jindi was trapped by the absolute god-grade array and couldn't escape. This was Fang Chen's chance. He believed that as long as the evergreen divine emperor was dead, Wu Jindi wouldn't become enemies with him. In the previous pursuit, the evergreen divine emperor was already injured. Now, he wasn't a match for Fang Chen. He didn't even have the strength to resist. Using the demon dragon sky destroyer sword, the hidden star sword pierced into the evergreen divine emperor's body. Splash! Fresh blood splattered across the sky. The evergreen divine emperor's eyes flashed with a hint of madness. He wanted to self-destruct. But Fang Chen had already expected this. The hidden star sword sliced off the evergreen divine emperor's head at lightning speed. Then, with a slap, his primordial spirit shattered. Just like that, the 27 sword emperors of the southern tomb sword palace fell. Boom! A terrifying aura of death surged into the sky. The absolute god-grade array shattered. Wu Jindi broke the array and glared at Fang Chen, ready to attack. Wu Jindi, you and I have no grudges. Now that the evergreen divine emperor is dead, there's no need for us to continue fighting. Fang Chen said indifferently. Of course, if you want to avenge the evergreen divine emperor, I'll accompany you anytime. However, you have to consider your own strength and whether you're qualified to avenge him. Chapter 1963. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little? I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Wu Jindi looked at the corpse of the evergreen deity emperor and her pupils shrank. Her heart was in turmoil. You killed Evergreen? Wu Jindi widened her eyes and looked at Fang Chen. She could not believe what she was seeing. Fang Chen shrugged and kept the evergreen deity emperor's Sumeru ring. You're finished. The evergreen deity emperor is the youngest disciple of Emperor Swordless. Emperor Swordless will not let you off, Wu Jindi said solemnly. However, he did not make a move. Although he was impulsive and wanted to take revenge for the evergreen deity emperor. However, Wu Jindi knew her own limits. The fact that the other party could kill the evergreen deity emperor in such a short period of time was enough to prove his strength. The godly emperor of destruction lived up to his name. At the very least, Wu Jindi had no chance of winning against him. Unless it was a life and death battle. You don't have to worry about that, Fang Chen said and turned to leave. Wu Jindi looked at Fang Chen's back view and said with a burning gaze, Godly Emperor of Destruction, we will have a battle in the end. South Tomb Sword Palace. Boom. In the peaceful Sword Palace, all the disciples were cultivating step by step. Suddenly, a shocking sword aura shot up to the sky as if it was going to pierce through the entire sky. Then, Emperor Swordless' roar could be heard. Suddenly, all the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace prostrated themselves on the ground as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Their primordial spirits were trembling as if the end of the world was coming. What's going on? Why is the palace master so angry? Oh my God, the palace master is angry. Something big must have happened. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, soon, the Black Emperor and the Death Emperor rushed to Emperor Swordless' palace. Love go little say W, Chu master, what's going on? The Death Emperor cupped his fists and asked. At this moment, Emperor Swordless did not have his usual majesty. His body exuded a terrifying sword aura and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Evergreen is dead. It was just a short sentence, but it expressed the extreme anger in Swordless God Emperor's heart. Even the Death God Emperor and Black Emperor were stunned. Junior brother Changqing is dead. Was he killed by Fang Chen? After being stunned for a moment, their faces quickly turned gloomy. Master, what exactly is going on? Was it that bastard Fang Chen who killed junior brother? The Black Emperor and the Death God Emperor were enraged. The Evergreen Divine Emperor was their junior brother. He had never stepped into the God Emperor realm, but they doted on him very much. This time around, he had sent the Evergreen God Emperor to assassinate Fang Chen because of the God Emperor Destruction's order. God Emperors were not allowed to take action. How hateful. The swordless God Emperor roared at the sky. All the swords of the sword cultivators in the territory of the South Tomb Sword Palace soared into the sky and kowtowed in the direction of the Sword Palace. On this day, A terrifying aura filled the entire southernmost region. The Orc God clan's territory. Boom. The descent of swordless God Emperor's projection caused a huge commotion. In the blink of an eye, God Emperor Destruction appeared. Wujian, why have you come to my Beast God clan? The God Emperor Destruction was a little unhappy. The swordless God Emperor had purposely released his God Emperor aura to suppress the people of the Beast God clan. Destruction, my disciple Evergreen is dead. The swordless God Emperor said furiously. Oh, what does his death have to do with me? The God Emperor Destruction said calmly. It's all because of you. The swordless God Emperor roared furiously. After understanding the ins and outs of the matter, the God Emperor Destruction sneered. Your disciple died in the hands of Fang Chen. It can only be said that he was too weak and deserved to be killed. Fang Chen did not break the rules, but if you were to take action, you would have broken the rules. The divine world cannot be without rules. Before the Holy Light religion is completely destroyed, this is the decision that the 10 strongest God Emperors have made after a discussion. The God Emperor Destruction said. If God Emperors can take action as they wish, wouldn't the divine world be in chaos? If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. No one knew that the most powerful battle in the history of the Beast God clan had erupted. 2 God Emperors. The God Emperor Destruction, who was known to have the strongest attack power, was fighting against the strongest sword cultivator, the swordless God Emperor. Even though the 2 God Emperors were using projections to battle, the ripples created from the battle were frightening. This battle lasted for an entire month before it came to an end. Southern Tomb Sword Palace. The God Emperor Destruction returned in a low-profile manner. His expression was frighteningly gloomy. When Black Emperor and God Emperor Death saw their teacher, they were slightly astonished. Teacher, you are injured? Black Emperor asked. God Emperor Swordless waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. He then sat on the stone stool and said, God Emperor Destruction, that old undying man, is too strong. After so many years, he is the one who has concealed himself the most. I am going into closed-door cultivation. The matter of Evergreen will be handed over to the 2 of you. No matter what method you use, you have to kill that brat for me. The battle with the God Emperor Swordless had greatly stimulated him. Especially after knowing that the God Emperor Destruction might be the first to become a cosmos god, he felt even more anxious and wanted to enter closed-door cultivation. Teacher, rest assured. Black Emperor and God Emperor Death cupped their fists. After the God Emperor Destruction entered closed-door cultivation, the 2 great God Emperors discussed for a long time before finally coming up with a risky method. Senior disciple brother Black Emperor, Fang Chen, is at the Golden Summit Island. That place is extremely close to the Beast God clan. As long as we appear at the Beast God clan, we will definitely be discovered by the God Emperor Destruction. It is definitely impossible for the 2 of us to act personally. Then what should we do? Black Emperor frowned and pondered. We can't act personally, but we can borrow the help of others. God Emperor Death seemed to have thought of something and revealed a sinister smile. Help from others? Almost none of the God Emperors can guarantee that they can kill Fang Chen. Furthermore, the God Emperors can't act personally. Black Emperor could not think of anyone else. God Emperor Death laughed sinisterly. Senior disciple brother Black Emperor, have you forgotten about the sacred light religion? Black Emperor's expression changed. He wanted to say something but stopped. Golden Summit Island. The projection of the bone progenitor was currently discussing some matters with Fang Chen. Fang Chen, why are you causing trouble again? The bone progenitor did not know whether to laugh or cry. That God Emperor Evergreen is the disciple of God Emperor Swordless. You killed him. How can God Emperor Swordless not be angry? If it was not for the agreement between the 10 great God Emperors and God Emperor Destruction's obstruction, you would have been killed by God Emperor Swordless. The bone progenitor continued. If God Emperor Swordless was not determined to kill Fang Chen, he would not be able to stop him. However, God Emperor Destruction was different. He could completely intimidate God Emperor Swordless. However, once or twice was fine. If it happened too many times, God Emperor Destruction would not appear. Master, there's nothing I can do. The Evergreen Divine Emperor killed so many people from our Skybone Palace. I can't act as if nothing happened. Fang Chen shrugged. The bone progenitor nodded. I am here to tell you about this matter. Although God Emperor Swordless was stopped by God Emperor Destruction, there is no guarantee that he has other extreme methods. To be on the safe side, you should go to the ancient barn boundary to hide for a while. Wait until you've avoided this storm and your strength has grown to the point where you can escape from the hands of a God Emperor before you come out, Ancestor Bone said. Hearing this, Fang Chen felt helpless. The ancient barn boundary is in the Beast God Clan's territory. The South Tomb Sword Palace's God Emperors will not come. You are safe there. The bone progenitor saw Fang Chen's expression and continued, if you are not willing to go to the ancient barn boundary, then follow me back to the Sky Bone Palace and stay by my side. Two choices, either go to the ancient barn boundary or return to the Sky Bone Palace. I think I will go to the ancient barn boundary. Fang Chen curled his lips and said. Staying by his master's side was equivalent to losing his freedom. To him, this was something that he could not tolerate. Fang Chen clenched his fist and lamented, I am still too weak. That's why I have to listen to others. I have already spoken to God Emperor Destruction. You can go to the ancient barn boundary on your own. The bone progenitor said, after you enter the ancient barn boundary, if you have the chance, meet up with your eldest senior brother and fifth senior brother. Train your body well in the ancient barn boundary. The bone progenitor reminded him of many things before finally leaving Gold Peak Island. Boss, the bone progenitor is right. We should hide for a while. Little Mouse said, God Emperor Swordless probably wants to tear you to pieces right now. It's better to hide for a while. Yeah, where there is life, there is hope. Furthermore, the ancient barn boundary is one of the 5 forbidden lands of the God realm. It is a good opportunity to train ourselves and increase our strength. The 4 of them stood in front of Fang Chen and looked at him quietly. Unknowingly, Xingyu had also appeared beside Fang Chen. Her fair little hand held her husband's hand. I will go wherever you go. Chapter 1964. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The ancient warehouse boundary was located in the northwest of the Beast God Tribe's territory and bordered the Immortal Divine Pavilion's territory. On this day, Fang Chen handed over the matters of Golden Peak Island to the Vice Island Master. Then, he brought Little Mouse, the other 3, and his wife, Star and Moon, left Golden Peak Island and arrived at the Beast God Tribe's territory. Along the way, they encountered many divine beasts. There were many that Fang Chen had never seen or heard of before. At a certain moment 5 days later, Fang Chen and the others finally stopped moving forward. This was because they felt the aura of the royal ant tribe in the mountain range before them. Boss, I feel a familiar aura. There must be someone of my tribe in this mountain range, Xiao Huang said with a solemn face. Although the royal ant tribe and Xiao Huang were of the same tribe, there was a great rivalry between them and they would not rest until one of them was dead. This was because every generation of the royal ant tribe had to devour all of their tribe members in order to succeed. This was also why Xiao Huang's face was so solemn when he felt the aura of the royal ant tribe. This was because he knew that there would be a fierce battle soon. Let's go in and take a look. Fang Chen also knew how important the royal ant tribe was to Xiao Huang. Now that he had found one, he would not let it go easily. Swoosh, swoosh. They quickly entered the mountain range and found an royal ant in the blink of an eye. Let me do it. Xiao Huang struck at lightning speed and killed the royal ant tribe that was only at the Divine King realm. Then, he devoured the energy in the royal ant tribe's body and the royal ant tribe's body turned into nothingness. Xiao Huang's body was surrounded by a powerful energy and he seemed to have undergone a great change. As expected of the royal ant tribe. They are so powerful. Little Mouse could not help but exclaim. Although the divine rats of Heaven Devouring tribe were very talented and their super skills were invincible, they could not devour their own tribe members to increase their strength like the royal ant tribe. Xiao Huang, lead the way, said Fang Chen in a low voice. Xiao Huang nodded and immediately sensed the chi of the imperial ant tribe. An hour later, Fang Chen and the Star and Moon entered the depths of the mountain range. The cries of countless divine beasts could be heard from the mountain range. However, The strange thing was that other than the first royal ant, they didn't encounter any other royal ants. This made Fang Chen very confused. What was going on? He could clearly sense the aura of the royal ant tribe. Xiao Huang, can you still feel the aura? Fang Chen asked. Boss, I sense an aura coming from that direction. Xiao Huang said in a low voice as he looked towards the northwest with his dark eyes. However, just as they were about to continue forward, a dense mass of pitch-black imperial ants suddenly appeared in the distance. That is, even Fang Chen was shocked. The dense mass of royal ants was surging towards them like a tide. These royal ants are basically all in the heavenly god realm. Fang Chen immediately realized that these royal ants were not much of a threat. They seemed to be very flustered. Why is that? Little Mouse was very flustered when he saw the anxious look on the royal ants' faces. Why do I care so much? Let's devour them first. Xiao Huang rushed into the royal ant tribe impatiently and unleashed his heaven-defying divine ability to absorb the strength of the members of the royal ant tribe. Whoosh whoosh. Almost in the blink of an eye, a royal ant tribe member disappeared into the air. After a few breaths, dozens of royal ants had been absorbed by Xiao Huang. At this moment, a roar came from the distance. Then, a strong wind blew and a figure appeared instantly. Stop. After the figure appeared and saw Xiao Huang, his face became extremely gloomy. A divine king realm royal ant tribe member? He looked at Xiao Huang with greed in his eyes. Then, he opened his palm and a royal ant tribe member that looked exactly like Xiao Huang came out of his palm and rushed into the royal ant tribe to compete with Xiao Huang for food. Who are you? Leave this place quickly. At this moment, the person looked at Fang Chen and the others and said in a deep voice. This is not your home. What right do you have to ask us to leave? Little Mouse said with dissatisfaction. Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like this? The person's face was gloomy and the aura around him was turbulent. He said coldly. I don't want to know who you are. I only know that if you don't leave now, you can stay here forever. After saying that, Fang Chen's body emitted a terrifying destructive aura. Deng deng deng. The person's body could not help but retreat and his face was pale. Divine Emperor? His cultivation was only at the Divine King realm and he had no power to fight back against a Divine Emperor. Brother, I'm sorry for offending you. I'll leave now. After saying that, he waved his hand to summon his companions and was about to leave. Wait. Fang Chen said. Brother, is there anything else? The person asked. Leave your companions here. Fang Chen said indifferently. The person's face turned gloomy. He naturally understood what Fang Chen meant. Brother, isn't this too much? The person pondered for a moment and said coldly, My tribe is the Poison Demon tribe under the first holy son of the Beast God tribe. Please be magnanimous and let me leave. The Poison Demon tribe under the first holy son? Fang Chen muttered. The person was secretly happy and thought that Fang Chen was a little afraid. However, Fang Chen's following words caused his heart to burn with rage. If the first holy son came personally, I might consider it. But you'd better stay here obediently. Fang Chen said indifferently. This is the territory of the Beast God tribe. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the first holy son? The person was unwilling to give up and tried to salvage the situation. However, it was no use. Xiao Huang needed his companions. Whoosh. Fang Chen stretched out his hand and suppressed the person. Then, he took the royal ant tribe from his hand. You can leave now. Fang Chen said. Although the person was furious, he could only leave. When he left, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Ha ha ha, this is too satisfying. As time passed, Xiao Huang's speed of devouring the royal ant tribe became faster and faster. The power in his body also became stronger and stronger. The royal ant tribe's population decreased sharply and finally disappeared. Buzz. When the last royal ant tribe was devoured by Xiao Huang, his stomach was bloated and he was very happy. What a pity. If I devoured more, I would definitely be able to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. However, as soon as Xiao Huang finished speaking, he saw a black light appear in front of him. Then, he caught the black light. Hurry up and absorb it. Fang Chen said. Xiao Huang suppressed the joy in his heart and started to absorb the last royal ant tribe. This royal ant tribe belonged to the previous divine king. It had absorbed a lot of energy from its own tribe. Therefore, the energy in his body was unusually strong. Hiss, after Xiao Huang finished absorbing all the energy in the royal ant tribe, a deafening sound came from his body. Xiao Huang is having a breakthrough. A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. He did not expect Xiao Huang to have a breakthrough before they reached the ancient warehouse boundary. A divine emperor royal ant tribe should be very strong, right? He's ahead of us again. Little Mouse was speechless. Golden light shone everywhere. Xiao Huang's body was completely enveloped by a terrifying energy. The aura of the royal ant tribe filled the entire mountain range. Dawn. After an hour, Xiao Huang's body completed its transformation. When he opened his eyes, it meant that he had broken through to the divine emperor realm. You've broken through? Fang Chen asked. Xiao Huang nodded. His body had swelled up a lot. He walked to Fang Chen with his chubby body. Boss, thank you. Don't mention it. Fang Chen smiled. Xiao Huang, how's your strength now? Little Mouse asked hurriedly. I can beat the three of you. Xiao Huang said calmly. Bang. Little Mouse slapped Xiao Huang's head with its paw. You're just bragging. If you're so capable, let's compete in the ancient warehouse boundary. Let's compete. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Star and Moon smiled when they saw the four of them playing happily. Let's go. Then, the group passed through the mountain range and continued forward. The ancient warehouse boundary was not far from them. They should be able to reach it before nightfall. Along the way, Xiao Huang was jumping around and bragging about how strong he was. When they were about to leave the mountain range, they really met a divine beast that was close to the divine emperor realm. Let me. It was finally time for him to show his strength. Chapter 1965. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. Lizard. Love go little say W. Chew Goldie licked its dry lips. It couldn't wait for the battle to begin. The divine emperor realm of the royal ant tribe was extremely powerful. If it was allowed to grow for a while, it would be able to defeat all divine beasts of the same realm. Roar, the lizard seemed to have sensed Xiao Huang's aura. It kept retreating as if it was afraid to fight. Kill. Goldie's body grew larger in an instant. In the void, a bright yellow shadow suddenly rushed in front of the lizard. Then, a wild power drowned the lizard. Hiss. Hiss, hiss. The two tentacles at the corner of Xiao Huang's mouth pierced into the lizard's body like two peerless divine weapons. The lizard's body twitched and blood spurted out wildly. The lizard, whose strength was close to the divine emperor realm, could not fight back in front of Xiao Huang. In the blink of an eye, the lizard became a dried corpse and fell to the ground. The power in its body had been completely absorbed by Xiao Huang. After devouring the lizard's power, Xiao Huang smiled with satisfaction. How was it? Xiao Huang turned to look at the shocked little mouse and asked with a smile. Xiao Huang, your divine ability is too powerful, isn't it? Little mouse asked with his eyes wide open. He only used 2 tentacles to kill the lizard. Amazing. Even Fang Chen gave Xiao Huang a thumbs up. A divine emperor realm lizard was already so powerful. It was unimaginable. If Xiao Huang stepped into the divine emperor realm one day, how powerful would he be? Would he be able to dominate the divine world? Of course, this was a long-term question. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said, "We're almost at the ancient warehouse realm." There was a huge stone at the entrance of the ancient warehouse realm. This rock was at least 10 meters tall. It stood on the wasteland as if it had existed since ancient times. On the desolate plain, there were many cultivators gathered around a rock, discussing softly. "Boss, is this the ancient warehouse realm?" the little mouse asked. Fang Chen nodded and said, "I've long heard of the ancient granary Jie's great name, but I didn't think that it would actually be inside a rock. It's truly a work of the gods. It was just a piece of rock, but there was something else within it. Moreover, it was the ancient granary realm, ranked 3rd among the 5 deadlands of the divine realm. It's said that the ancient granary world suppresses the power of a true god. Once you enter, you won't be able to use your true god power. You can only fight with your physical body, Fang Chen said thoughtfully. If that's the case, wouldn't I be taking advantage of you? Little Mouse said with a smile. He was the one and only heaven-devouring divine rat in the universe. His body was tough, and there were few who could match him. Overall, the divine beasts should have an absolute advantage in the ancient granary realm. Pangolin said, no wonder the divine beasts took the ancient granary realm as their own. Most of the people who entered the ancient granary realm must be from the divine beasts clan. Fang Chen nodded, and just as he was about to speak, suddenly, there was a commotion in the distance. Fang Chen looked up and was surprised to find that the one leading the group was the third holy son. Interesting. At this moment, the third holy son was standing at the front of the group, exuding a cold aura. He quickly came to the front of the ancient granary realm. Greetings, third holy son. Many of the divine beasts clan members knelt on the ground and shouted. The third holy son nodded with satisfaction, but he saw Fang Chen and the others from the corner of his eyes. He was about to get angry when he saw that the other party didn't kneel. However, he didn't expect that the person who came was Fang Chen, and beside him was the beautiful star and moon. It's you. The third holy son looked at Fang Chen with a cold face. How dare you come to the territory of the divine beasts clan? The ancient granary realm is not exclusive to the divine beasts clan. Why can't I come? Fang Chen shrugged. A cold glint flashed across the third saint's eyes. Compage, do you still remember what I said back then? You said a lot of things. How can I remember that? Fang Chen curled his lips. In front of the ancient granary realm, many of the divine beasts clan members were shocked. Who was this person? How dare he talk to the third holy son like that? Did he have a death wish? Hand over the spear. The third holy son said coldly. Fang Chen looked at the holy son with a smile, as if he was looking at an idiot. Are you an idiot? Why should I give my spoils to you? Fang Chen sneered. I want your head. Can you give it to me? Fang Chen's words caused an uproar in front of the ancient granary realm. Everyone stared at him, dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine that this person dared to be so arrogant in front of the Holy Son. However, what was even more unexpected was that the third Holy Son actually held back his anger. Who is this person? This made them even more curious. Among the divine emperors, there were only a few who could make the third Holy Son so patient. Good, very good. The third Holy Son suddenly laughed. He stared at Fang Chen and said, I hope you don't meet me in the ancient granary realm. Otherwise, not only will I take back the spear, but I will also take the beauty with me. After saying that, he plunged into the ancient granary realm. Boss, is this guy asking for a beating? Xiao Huang said in a low voice. He had an impulse to attack. Fang Chen waved his hand and stopped him. What's the rush? Wait until we enter the ancient granary realm. Whoosh. Fang Chen felt that he had fallen into a quagmire and couldn't extricate himself. Just as he was about to use all his strength to rush out of the quagmire, he suddenly found that the sky was clear and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. He appeared in a wasteland. Is this the ancient granary realm? Fang Chen was a little stunned. Soon after, he spoke softly. Where's you, After Fang Chen confirmed that this was the ancient granary realm, he hurriedly looked around. There was no one. He was a little anxious. Where's you, Could it be that we were randomly teleported in the process of entering the ancient granary realm? Suppressing the anxiety in his heart, Fang Chen gradually calmed down and began to carefully organize the information in his mind. They entered the stone together. As soon as they entered, they felt that they were in a quagmire and were surrounded by darkness. Then, they came here. During this time, they didn't encounter any danger and didn't encounter any unexpected events. Therefore, Fang Chen concluded that the stone was randomly teleported. Star and Moon and the others shouldn't be in danger. What a strong pressure. At this time, Fang Chen felt that his body was filled with a strong pressure. Moreover, true God power was restricted and couldn't be used at all. He could only rely on his physical strength to walk. How can my body not be strong when cultivating in this environment? Fang Chen grinned. The Beast God clan was a mix of countless divine beast clans and was led by the God Emperor of Destruction. Every divine beast's physical strength basically exceeded that of human ancient martial art practitioners of the same realm. Therefore, the ancient granary realm had also become their favorite place to cultivate. Almost all divine beasts that reached the divine king realm would choose to enter the ancient granary realm to cultivate. This place seemed to have become a cultivation resource for the Beast God clan. At a glance, the wasteland was very flat. However, the pressure here was too great. Fang Chen's walking speed was a little slow. Yu has the mysterious yin phoenix body. Although she's a woman, her physical strength isn't weak. Even an average divine emperor can't defeat her. For now, she shouldn't be in any danger, Fang Chen said to himself. As for Little Mouse and the others, I don't have to worry. They should be bullying other divine beasts right now, right? After thinking for a while, Fang Chen felt much more relaxed now that he had nothing to worry about. Hey, there's someone in the distance. Fang Chen noticed that on the other side of the wasteland, several figures were walking slowly. It's him. Coincidence? It was definitely a coincidence. He didn't expect that the first person he met after entering the ancient granary realm would be the third holy son who had repeatedly threatened to kill him. When he discovered the third holy son, the latter also discovered him. Fang Chen. Before the third holy son arrived, his voice came first. It seems that your luck is very bad. We meet in the ancient granary realm so soon. The third holy son said eerily as he walked over. Seeing the third holy son walking over, Fang Chen simply sat down on the ground and lazily rested. Come quickly, don't waste my time. Seeing this, the third holy son's heart burned with anger. Fang Chen, you've gone too far. The third holy son was furious. I admit, I am not your opponent in the outside world. But in the ancient granary realm, true god power is sealed. You think you can fight against my Marrow Tiger clan with your physical strength? Today, I will let you know the consequences of offending me, the third holy son. Chapter 1966. Genius remembers love in 1 second small? Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. Hearing the second holy son's words, the third holy son grew impatient. Second brother, aren't you going to help me? The third holy son's voice was laced with reproach. But the second holy son was unmoved. When he was about to leave, he turned around and glanced at the third holy son. Then he stopped and shook his head. Third brother, it's not that I don't want to help you. Think about it, how big is the gap between our strengths? There were 3 holy sons in the Beast God clan. The second and third holy sons were on par with each other in terms of strength, so the difference was negligible. Only the first holy son was far stronger than the other holy son. The physical strength of the Crimson Tiger clan is at the peak of the same level, isn't it? How can I help you when you're beaten to a pulp when you try your best? I don't want to make a fool of myself. The second holy son said slowly. Although he had never met Fang Chen, the second holy son could tell from the third holy son's strength. Even if he helped, he would only be asking for trouble. But second brother, you're a super divine beast, sky-eye dragon patterned bull. The physical strength of your clan is even stronger than that of my Scarlet Tiger clan. The third holy son was anxious. If the second holy son refused to help, revenge would be impossible unless he went to the first holy son. The Sky-Eye Dragon Bull was one of the divine beasts of the Cow clan. Their race's innate divine ability was only in their eyes. It was said that the left eye of the Sky-Eye Dragon Bull contained a terrifying amount of energy. When they used their special ability, the energy released from their left eye could drown and devour their enemies in an instant. However, the divine beasts of the Cow clan had strong physical bodies, and the Sky-Eye Dragon Bull was one of the best. In terms of physical strength, even the third holy son would not dare to say that he could win against the second holy son. The second holy son continued, the Sky-Eyed Dragon Ox's physical strength is strong, but that's only relative. That Fang Chen is known as the God King of Destruction, and his attack power is incredible. To be able to beat you up like this without using his true god power, I really don't understand who else in the Divine Emperor realm can compare with him in terms of physical strength. The second Holy Son pondered for a moment before adding, I'm afraid that even if Big Brother were to make a move, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Third brother, I still have some matters to attend to. Take care of yourself. After saying that, the second Holy Son quickly disappeared. Looking at the back of the second Holy Son, the third Holy Son's face was extremely solemn. Damn it, he clenched his fists tightly. His hatred for Fang Chen was overwhelming. The ancient Banjie was a mystical place, the pressure from the surroundings was very small. However, the closer one was to the center, the greater the pressure. At this moment, Fang Chen had already passed through the periphery and was not too far from the center. The pressure is so great. Standing in the wilderness, Fang Chen muttered to himself. There were some beads of sweat on his forehead. The pressure he was enduring now was enough to shatter the body of an ordinary divine emperor. I wonder where Yu is now. Fang Chen felt a little helpless. The ancient Banjie was vast. Due to the great pressure, it was very slow to move. Not to mention using the time and space phantasm demon book. Let's take it one step at a time. Fang Chen shook his head and continued moving forward. However, at this moment, he suddenly noticed that not far ahead, there was a group of people chasing after a black-clothed man. Stop, you can't escape. The leader of the group said coldly. Golden light flowed on the surface of his skin. One could tell at a glance that he had a strong physical body. Dong. In the process of chasing, the man suddenly threw out a punch. Instantly, the terrifying fist radiance hit the body of the black-clothed man in front of him. The latter's body flew out and fell at Fang Chen's feet. Hey! Fang Chen felt that the man was familiar. When he was about to continue investigating, he suddenly saw a subtle image. There was an illusory symbol on the man's collar that was invisible to the naked eye. Wasn't that the symbol of the Celestial Bone Palace? Thinking of this, Fang Chen hurried to the man in black and reached out to help him up. While the man in black was stunned, Fang Chen revealed his identity. I am Fang Chen. Fang Chen? Are you the new disciple that Master has taken in? I am your fifth senior brother. The man in black looked at Fang Chen and laughed. Greetings, fifth senior brother. Fang Chen also cupped his fists. Before coming, Master had said that eldest senior brother and fifth senior brother were cultivating in the ancient Banjie. Mo Wu, it's time for you to die. Just as the two of them were talking, the group of people chasing Mo Wu arrived. The leader was a divine emperor. Behind him were more than 10 divine emperors, all of whom were members of the Beast God clan. What's going on? Fang Chen frowned and asked. Kid, who are you? How dare you interfere with the matters of the Beast God clan? The leader of the divine emperors scolded with a gloomy face. Mo Wu said, Junior brother, the reason why the Beast God clan is chasing me is because I found the inheritance of a god emperor in the ancient Banjie. I see. After hearing Mo Wu's words, Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the members of the Beast God clan. For the sake of the God Emperor of Destruction, leave quickly, Fang Chen said. His words enraged the crowd. What a joke. How dare you interfere with the matters of the Beast God clan and ask us to leave? Kid, since you want to die, let's die together. I'm doing this for your own good. Fang Chen shrugged and said, not long ago, I met the third holy son of the Beast God clan and fought with him. Guess what happened? What happened? Of course, the third holy son beat him up. Fang Chen shook his head and continued, the third holy son was beaten up by me. If I'm not wrong, he's looking for help to take revenge. You're lying. The third holy son's true form is a marrow scarlet tiger. His body is extremely strong. How can you compare to him? That's right. Are you saying that to scare us off? Your wishful thinking is wrong. Let's attack together and take him down. The members of the Beast God clan were furious and prepared to attack. Junior brother, Mo Wu was a little anxious when he saw this. However, Fang Chen turned his head and smiled at him. Then he said, fifth senior brother, you stay here and watch. My attainments in the physical Tao are not bad. It shouldn't be a problem for me to take care of them. With that, Fang Chen stomped his foot and rushed into the crowd. Bang! He clenched his fist. After gathering his strength, he punched one of the godly emperors in the head. Although these godly emperors had strong bodies, they couldn't compare to the third holy son. Therefore, they couldn't resist Fang Chen's attack. I told you, but you didn't believe me. Fang Chen started to beat the Beast God clan up. His fists bombarded the bodies of the Beast God clan. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 Beast God clan godly emperors fell to the ground. Bang! 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 Fist after fist came down. At first, they could resist, but later, they didn't even have the strength to resist. Miserable screams came from their mouths. Mo Wu, the fifth senior brother who had been watching, was completely dumbfounded. Was this still his junior brother? Wasn't this too violent? After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Fang Chen withdrew his fist and wiped the sweat off his forehead. On the ground, the beast men were sprawled all over the ground. Remember, the person who beat you is the godly Emperor Destruction. If you want revenge, you're welcome. With that, he left with the fifth senior brother Mo Wu. Devil, he's a devil. Damn it, we actually provoked such a freak. Was what he said true? That the third holy son was beaten into a pig's head? If that's the case, we didn't lose out. Unfortunately, Fang Chen couldn't hear their conversation. Along the way, the fifth senior brother Mo Wu was shocked. His junior brother was not simple. He was too violent. Fifth senior brother. Fang Chen called out softly. Only then did the fifth senior brother wake up from his shock. Ah! Junior brother, I forgot myself. The fifth senior brother Mo Wu chuckled and said, I didn't expect junior brother's body to be so strong. You flatter me, fifth senior brother, Fang Chen said modestly. With your current physical strength, you wouldn't be at a disadvantage even if you were to fight the first holy son of the Beast God clan. You're basically invincible in the ancient warehouse realm. Please visit and bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Chapter 1967. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? I'll provide you with interesting novels to read. Fifth senior brother, you flatter me. Love go little say net. Chu Fang Chen was very humble and did not put on airs at all. Logically speaking, if it were an ordinary person with the title of Godly Emperor of Destruction above their head, they would already be very arrogant. However, Fang Chen was not like that. This was also part of the reason why fifth senior brother Mo Wu liked Fang Chen more. From his conversation with his junior brother, he could tell that his junior brother had a gentle personality and was not the kind of person who was arrogant and domineering. Fifth senior brother Mo Wu waved his hand and said, Junior brother, you don't have to be humble. At least among us senior brothers, other than eldest senior brother, no one can compete with your physical body. Among the 7 disciples of the bone progenitor, other than Fang Chen, only eldest senior brother and fifth senior brother were godly emperors of the physical body style. After watching Fang Chen's battle, Mo Wu felt that he was not as good as his junior brother. This was the so-called the new generation excels the old, and each wave is stronger than the last. Fifth senior brother, you said that you accidentally found a physical body inheritance left behind by a godly emperor? Fang Chen suddenly thought of this and immediately asked. The growth of his perfect sword body seemed to have reached a bottleneck. If he could obtain the physical body inheritance of a godly emperor, that would be even better. There are actually many inheritances left behind by experts in the ancient Barn realm. It's just that we can't find them, fifth senior brother said slowly. The owner of this inheritance that I know of seems to be a godly emperor of the physical body style from the previous universe era. His name is Godly Emperor Da Li. His inheritance has a very strong restriction that requires 2 keys to open. I obtained one of the keys. As for the other key, it was obtained by Godly Emperor Yuhan, who was behind the godly emperors you beat up, Mo Wu said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. This godly emperor was actually called Da Li. It seemed that his achievements in the physical body Dao were very strong. Divine Emperor Yuhan? This celestial Emperor Yuhan is also a member of the Beast God clan. Although he is not as famous as the 3 holy sons, he is still a Beast God elder of the Beast God clan. He is extremely powerful. At the very least, he is not weaker than the 2nd holy son, said Mo Wu. This person is sinister and ruthless. He wants the key in my hand and sent his subordinates to kill me. If they were in the outside world, Mowu would definitely not fear those god-kings who were pursuing him. He was, after all, the fifth disciple of the bone progenitor. He was quite accomplished in the way of space-time cultivation. However, he was unable to use his abilities in the ancient granary realm, so he could only run away pathetically when facing the Orc god clan's elites. Fifth senior brother, I'm interested in the inheritance of Emperor God Da Li. Shall we go and take a look? Fang Chen's eyes glowed as he spoke. But where is Celestial Emperor Yuhan? If we want to obtain Titan Emperor's inheritance, we must find Celestial Emperor Yuhan and take the key from him. Mowu shook his head and said, Junior brother, you don't know. Ever since Celestial Emperor Yuhan obtained the key, he has been staying in front of the tomb. If we want to find him, we only need to go to the tomb. However, I know what fifth senior brother is worried about. You're just worried that I won't be able to defeat Celestial Emperor Yuhan. Fang Chen chuckled and said, Fifth senior brother, actually, I didn't use my full strength in the previous battle. Hearing this, Mo Wu's eyes widened as he looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. What kind of monster was this junior brother of his? How could he not use his full strength with that kind of physical strength? What if he used his full strength? Alright, since that's the case, I'll fight with junior brother. Mo Wu nodded heavily in agreement. In the center of the ancient granary realm, there was a majestic palace. Above the palace, there were 4 bold and powerful words carved into it, Great Strength Shrine. This was the inheritance left behind by Emperor God Da Li. As long as one could enter the Great Strength Shrine, they would have a chance to obtain the inheritance. There wasn't a single physical expert who didn't want to obtain the inheritance. Celestial Emperor Yuhan was the same. His original form was a Marrow Scarlet Tiger, the same clan as the Third Holy Sun. Unlike the Third Holy Sun, who had monstrous potential, Celestial Emperor Yuhan's potential was average. However, he relied on his own strength and cultivated for tens of thousands of years before finally becoming a Celestial Emperor. Currently, he was considered one of the top Celestial Emperors. In the Beast God clan, to be given the title of Beast God Elder was enough to show how powerful he was. In front of the Great Strength Shrine, Celestial Emperor Yuhan sat cross-legged as he played with the key in his hand. The key would release a faintly discernible aura at any time, connecting with the Great Strength Shrine and causing it to tremble. However, no matter how he tried, he couldn't open the restriction. It seems that only by obtaining the key in Mo Wu's hand can we enter, Celestial Emperor Yuhan said softly. After calculating the time, his subordinate should have succeeded. But why hadn't he returned? Could there be some problems in the process? Just as Celestial Emperor Yuhan was thinking, a few figures appeared in the distance. His back. Celestial Emperor Yuhan grinned and stood up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A moment later, more than 10 Celestial Emperors arrived in front of Celestial Emperor Yuhan. Achem. Seeing their appearance, Celestial Emperor Yuhan knew that his mission had failed. A bunch of trash. You can't even deal with one Mo Wu? Celestial Emperor Yuhan scolded. Elder, when we were chasing after Mo Wu, we encountered the bone progenitor's disciple, Fang Chen. His physical strength is too strong. Even when we worked together, we were instantly suppressed by him, the leader of the Celestial Emperors said bitterly. Furthermore what? Fang Chen also said that before we arrived, he beat the Third Holy Sun into a pig's head. Boom. Celestial Emperor Yuhan's body trembled. He was very angry. Spread the news that anyone who provides information on Fang Chen will be heavily rewarded. No need to look for him. However, as soon as Celestial Emperor Yuhan finished speaking, a satisfied voice came from afar. Celestial Emperor Yuhan turned around and saw an unfamiliar man walking over with Mo Wu. Fang Chen? Celestial Emperor Yuhan stared at the unfamiliar man and asked coldly. That's right. I'm the Fang Chen you're looking for. You should be Celestial Emperor Yuhan, right? Fang Chen asked. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. Celestial Emperor Yuhan sneered. Since you're here, hand over the key. Fang Chen chuckled. But fifth senior brother and I also want to enter the God of Strength Palace. Why don't you hand over the key and I'll consider beating you into a pig's head? What do you think? Fang Chen's words completely enraged Celestial Emperor Yuhan. Even a bone progenitor's disciple has such a glib tongue. Aren't the beast god elders of the beast god clan as narrow-minded as you? Fang Chen retorted. This old man has long heard that the bone progenitor's disciple is powerful. After reaching the deity emperor realm, he became the new deity emperor destruction. Celestial Emperor Yuhan said. This old man would like to see what you're capable of. Fang Chen rolled his eyes. Celestial Emperor Yuhan, are you challenging me? Think what you want. Celestial Emperor Yuhan said nonchalantly. Forget it. I don't want to waste time with you. Hand over the key. I'm in a hurry. Fang Chen's words made Celestial Emperor Yuhan want to curse. You're in a hurry, but I'm in a hurry too. Celestial Emperor Yuhan clenched his fists, ready to attack. Wait. Fang Chen suddenly stopped him. What? Are you afraid, Deity Emperor Destruction? Celestial Emperor Yuhan mocked. You think I'm afraid of you? Didn't they tell you that I've beaten the third holy sun into a pig's head? I've heard from my fifth senior brother that you're also a marrow red tiger, the same clan as the third holy sun. He couldn't do anything to me even in his true form. Are you sure you want to fight me? Fang Chen said. Cut the crap. Celestial Emperor Yuhan scolded. If that's the case, then there's nothing I can do. Fang Chen waved his hand and asked his fifth senior brother to back off. Take my fist. Celestial Emperor Yuhan took the initiative to attack. His terrifying fist pierced through the void and appeared in front of Fang Chen. Old man, I'll beat you into a pig's head so that you can be arrogant. Seeing this, Fang Chen also threw out a punch to welcome the challenge. Dong. The two fists collided and a deafening sound reverberated through the sky. Violent energy wreaked havoc in the void. Then, both of them took a few steps back. Celestial Emperor Yuhan steadied himself and his face darkened. He didn't have time to think and launched another thunderous attack. Junior brother's physical strength is really strong. Fifth senior brother Mo Wu sighed. I was worried that junior brother would be at a disadvantage against Celestial Emperor Yuhan. Now, it seems like I was overthinking. Chapter 1968. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. Fang Chen had already experienced the physical strength of the red marrow tiger from the third holy sun. Love go little say W. True, now that he was facing Celestial Emperor Imperial Han, he didn't feel much pressure. Peng. Fang Chen easily blocked Celestial Emperor Imperial Han's attack. The latter's expression changed, but he gritted his teeth and continued to attack. Celestial Emperor Imperial Han might be strong, but his potential isn't as good as the third holy sun's. Some of his strength isn't as good as the third holy sun's, Fang Chen thought. If it were someone else, Celestial Emperor Imperial Han's tyrannical attacks might have left them helpless. However, he was facing Fang Chen. The latter's perfect sword body was passed down from the cosmos god Gu Yuan. Furthermore, with the help of the Golden Heart, his physical strength could be displayed in extreme ways. After a few breaths, Celestial Emperor Imperial Han's advantage was gone. The battle that followed was naturally one-sided. Peng. Punch after punch, every punch landed on the opponent's flesh. It was very explosive. Celestial Emperor Imperial Han couldn't resist at all and was forced to retreat. Wang. The sword-shaped runes around him flowed. A powerful force emerged from the Golden Heart and quickly gathered in Fang Chen's palm. Then, he punched Celestial Emperor Imperial Han's head. Dong. With a trembling sound, Celestial Emperor Imperial Han's body was sent flying far away. Cough cough. Dust flew. Celestial Emperor Imperial Han's battered body crawled up from the ground. His expression changed, and a look of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to give up. Celestial Emperor Destruction, you really live up to your reputation. This old man is impressed. Hearing this, Fang Chen laughed and stretched out his hand. Where's the key? Celestial Emperor Imperial Han had no choice but to give the key to Fang Chen. Celestial Emperor Imperial Han didn't hesitate and turned to leave. Little junior brother, I admire you more and more. Fifth senior brother Mo Wu gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. Godly Emperor Yuhan's physical strength was already considered strong in the Godly Emperor realm. However, he was still no match for little junior brother. He easily forced Celestial Emperor Yuhan to hand over the key. Let's combine the two keys and see if we can open the Herculean shrine. Mo Wu was very excited. He took out the key and handed it to Fang Chen. The latter took the two keys and walked up to the Herculean shrine. He reached out his hand and sensed the powerful restrictions around the shrine. He couldn't help but sigh. What a powerful barrier. Even a top-tier absolute God Array master might not be able to break it. Without thinking, Fang Chen put the two keys together. Immediately, the key emitted a resplendent light. Immediately, a vast energy wrapped around the two keys. In the blink of an eye, the two keys fused together and turned into a ball of light. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of Fang Chen and Mo Wu, the ball of light shot toward the Herculean shrine. When it came into contact with the barrier, it caused a slight ripple. When the ball of light entered the barrier, the entire Herculean shrine shook. The powerful barrier fell apart under Fang Chen's gaze. The bronze door in front of the Herculean shrine opened with a creak. A vast energy spread out from within, completely wrapping Fang Chen and Mo Wu's bodies and pulling them into the Herculean shrine. Boom! The Herculean shrine closed again. Fang Chen and Mo Wu appeared inside the shrine. There was only a bronze throne in the empty shrine. On top of it was a skeleton. What a powerful pressure! Mo Wu exclaimed. His body swayed. He was almost unable to withstand the pressure in the air. Fang Chen's perfect sword body automatically revolved around him. Sword-shaped runes flickered and emitted a dazzling light. That's the skeleton of a god emperor? Fang Chen's heart trembled. The power coming from the skeleton on the bronze throne was too strong. God Emperor Herculean? Using the perfect sword body, Fang Chen could barely withstand the pressure. The skeleton emitted a dazzling light. Soon after, a voice came from within. After so many years, someone has finally come here. The voice sounded a little weathered. Senior, are you God Emperor Herculean? Fang Chen said with difficulty. That's right. I am God Emperor Herculean. Unfortunately, Senior, we've already entered the Herculean shrine. How can we receive your inheritance? Fang Chen asked. Although the pressure was great, the Herculean shrine probably wouldn't attack them. Besides, wasn't the inheritance he left behind after his death so that he could find a qualified successor? If you want to receive my inheritance, you must at least have impressive talent in the path of the physical body, God Emperor Herculean said. God Emperor Herculean said, before I died, I had already set up a test. Anyone who passes it will receive my inheritance. As soon as he finished speaking, a small pagoda suddenly appeared in the skeleton's palm. Whoosh! The small pagoda emitted a wild power. Under Fang Chen's gaze, it rapidly expanded. In the end, it turned into a pagoda as tall as the Herculean shrine. This pagoda is called the Herculean Pagoda. It was my battle partner when I was alive. Enter the Herculean Pagoda. The pagoda spirit will tell you the test method. After the Herculean shrine finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. Fang Chen and Mo Wu looked at each other. Then, they quickly entered the Herculean Pagoda. Welcome. The pagoda spirit appeared in front of Fang Chen and Mo Wu. Master once told me that if anyone wants to receive his inheritance, they must pass the test. Senior, may I ask what the test is? Fang Chen cupped his fists and asked. The test is very simple. You have to use pure strength to fight the illusory creatures in the pagoda. The higher the level of the battle, the higher the evaluation, the pagoda spirit said. There are a total of 5 levels of evaluation. Each level represents a type of potential. If you reach the 3rd level, you can receive Master's inheritance. If you can reach the 4th level, you can control this Herculean pagoda. Then what about the 5th level? Fang Chen asked curiously. The pagoda spirit glanced at Fang Chen, then shook his head. No one can reach the 5th level. What if someone is lucky enough to succeed? I have to know what the reward is, right? Otherwise, I won't have any motivation. Fang Chen said. The pagoda spirit nodded. According to Master, if you can reach the 5th level, you have a high chance of becoming a cosmos god in the future. And Master naturally prepared a generous gift for such a heaven-defying genius. This generous gift can allow a deity emperor to break through to the god emperor realm. The pagoda spirit said. As for what it is exactly, let's talk about it after you reach the 5th level. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. To allow a deity emperor to break through to the god emperor realm, wasn't this too powerful? However, thinking of the Herculean god emperor's methods, Fang Chen nodded heavily. Give it a try. Junior disciple brother, let me try first. Mo Wu said, then walked to the center of the Herculean god pagoda. Hua la. Suddenly, 10 identical illusory creatures appeared in the air, attacking Mo Wu. The strength of these illusory creatures isn't even comparable to the 3rd holy sun. Fang Chen thought to himself. Peng peng peng. The first batch of 10 illusory creatures was quickly dealt with by Mo Wu. Very good, you've reached the 1st level. The pagoda spirit nodded lightly. To a deity emperor, reaching the 1st level didn't mean much. Hua la. Soon after, the 2nd batch of illusory creatures appeared. There were still 10 of them, but their strength was much stronger. Mo Wu also felt some pressure in his battle with them. Senior disciple brother Mo Wu's fleshly body is weaker than Imperial Cold God Emperor, but he is still a personal disciple of the Bone Progenitor. It shouldn't be a problem for him to pass the 2nd level. Time passed. Fang Chen's guess was right. Mo Wu passed the 2nd level. However, he was in a difficult situation. Do you want to continue? The pagoda spirit asked. Continue. Mo Wu's eyes flashed with determination. Rumble. The air shook, and 10 3rd-level illusory creatures appeared. Peng. Mo Wu's figure flashed as he fought against them. Senior disciple brother Mo Wu seems to be unable to hold on. After observing for a while, Fang Chen saw Mo Wu retreating step by step. He was worried. If he couldn't hold on, he wouldn't be able to obtain the inheritance of the Herculean God Emperor. This was a huge blow to senior disciple brother Mo Wu. He has to hold on, Fang Chen thought to himself. Even the pagoda spirit shook its head, believing that Mo Wu couldn't reach the 3rd level. Chapter 1969. Genius remembers love in 1 second small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. However, miraculous things were everywhere in the world. When everyone thought you would fail, you actually succeeded. What is this? The pagoda spirit and Fang Chen both thought that Mo Wu had reached his limit. However, the latter suddenly erupted with astonishing combat strength. A bright and dazzling light appeared on his forehead. Soon after, that light covered his entire body. Dong. Mo Wu seemed to have become a different person. Every time he threw a punch, the void creature would shatter. Even Fang Chen was a little stunned by the power of his fists. What's going on? Fang Chen's dark eyes stared at Mo Wu. He felt the changes in Mo Wu's body. 5th senior brother seems to have a special constitution. It seems to have been activated just now. Immediately, Fang Chen understood. Although he didn't know what Mo Wu's special constitution was, he understood that with this kind of power, Mo Wu would have no problem passing the 3rd level evaluation. Sure enough, after a while, Mo Wu passed the 3rd level evaluation. Whoosh. After Mo Wu stopped fighting, the luster around his body quickly retreated. His aura was a little weak, and his face was pale, but there was an excited smile on his face. Hey! He actually has the body of tyrant strength. Not bad, not bad. The pagoda spirit said not bad twice in a row. This was an extremely high evaluation of Mo Wu. Senior, what is the body of tyrant strength? Fang Chen asked, puzzled. The body of tyrant strength is also a special constitution. People with this constitution are most suitable for cultivating the physical body, the pagoda spirit explained. After a while, Fang Chen finally understood how terrifying the body of tyrant strength was. Congratulations, 5th senior brother. Fang Chen cupped his fists and congratulated him. "Junior brother, your constitution is not inferior to mine. Maybe you can pass the 4th level evaluation and try the 5th level evaluation," Mo Wu said with a smile. "You can go and accept the inheritance," the pagoda spirit said to Mo Wu with a smile. Then, Mo Wu arrived in front of the bronze throne. Whoosh! The skeletal hand abruptly rose and pressed onto Mo Wu's forehead. Immediately, Mo Wu closed his eyes, and his entire body was enveloped by a wild power. "There's no need to worry. As the owner of the tyrant's body, there won't be any danger in accepting my master's inheritance. Who knows, he might even be able to use this opportunity to touch the threshold of the Emperor God realm," the pagoda spirit said. Fang Chen nodded and retracted his thoughts. His gaze fell on the pagoda spirit. "Senior, let's begin," Fang Chen said. The tower spirit nodded. With a wave of its hand, the test began once more. Rumble. The first batch of illusory creatures was too weak in Fang Chen's eyes. He didn't even activate his perfect sword body. Instead, he used his iron fists to disperse the first batch of illusory creatures. "Not bad. You are slightly stronger than your senior brother." The tower spirit nodded in satisfaction. Then, the second batch of illusory creatures appeared. Fang Chen gradually discovered that dealing with these illusory creatures was not only a test of one's physical strength, but also one's skill in exerting force. However, since the perfect sword body was known as the strongest physique in the universe, this was naturally not a problem. Soon, the second batch of illusory creatures disappeared, and the third batch appeared. At this moment, Fang Chen finally felt some pressure and released his perfect sword body. Buzz! The sword-shaped runes that flowed on his body provided Fang Chen with a lot of strength. The golden heart vibrated rapidly, and the golden liquid spread throughout Fang Chen's limbs and bones. "Kill!" Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. His body moved, and his fists continuously blasted out. Crack! At this moment, Fang Chen's strength was so strong that even the pagoda spirit was a little surprised. What a powerful special physique! Why have I never heard of it? The pagoda spirit stared at the sword-shaped runes on Fang Chen's body with a solemn expression. He racked his brains but couldn't figure it out. Just as he was deep in thought, Fang Chen passed the 3rd level of evaluation. "Do you want to continue?" the pagoda spirit asked. Fang Chen nodded. This was far from his limit. He wanted to try and see if he could pass the 5th level of evaluation. After the 4th batch of illusory creatures appeared, the pressure on Fang Chen suddenly increased. However, he didn't lose his composure. He made use of his own body to move quickly. Every attack would hurt an illusory creature. These illusory creatures are really powerful. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Buzz! After persisting for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Fang Chen finally activated the perfect sword body completely. The perfect sword body unleashed all its power as if he had cheated. He would kill anyone who stood in his way. Boom! With a punch, he directly blasted an illusory creature. This was the strongest power Fang Chen could unleash so far. When the last illusory creature was blasted away, Fang Chen was panting, and his forehead was full of sweat. "Although I can't see through your special physique, you were able to pass the 4th level of evaluation. In the entire God realm, no one can surpass your potential in physical strength." The pagoda spirit said, "If you are willing, you can become my master's personal disciple and receive all of his physical inheritance." After following Emperor God for so many years, the pagoda spirit naturally knew that it was rare for a divine emperor to pass the 4th level of evaluation. "Can I try the 5th level?" Fang Chen looked up and asked. Hearing this, the pagoda spirit was a little surprised. Then he shook his head and said, "With your strength, it's impossible to pass the 5th level. You'd better give up. Otherwise, it won't be good if you suffer a backlash." Once the 5th level test failed, it was very likely that one would be seriously injured. The pagoda spirit naturally didn't want such an excellent successor like Fang Chen to take the risk. However, Fang Chen's thoughts were exactly the same. How could he miss such a rare opportunity? If he couldn't pass, then so be it. If he passed, then he would make a fortune. "I want to try," Fang Chen said. In fact, although he was in a difficult situation, he still had the strength to continue fighting. Moreover, Fang Chen still had a trump card that he hadn't used. Okay, you have to be careful. The pagoda spirit nodded. Buzz. A ripple appeared in the air, and then a huge illusory creature instantly appeared. One. Fang Chen was a little surprised. Why was there only one? There's only one of the 5th level test, but don't underestimate it. Before the pagoda genie could finish speaking, Fang Chen felt a terrifying force smashing into his face. His body flew out involuntarily and smashed hard on the ground. It hurts. There was a burning sensation on his cheek, and Fang Chen's heart was filled with a trace of anger. Damn it. There was a saying on Earth, don't hit people in the face, and don't bully people in the head. As soon as this big guy came out, he slapped his face without saying a word. This was a naked humiliation. Aren't you just bigger than me? What's the big deal? Fang Chen looked at the big guy and said in a deep voice. Roar, an angry roar came out of the big guy's mouth, as if he was trying to intimidate Fang Chen. I'm going to fight with you today. If you have the ability, you can hit my face again. See if I'll be angry with you. Fang Chen cursed. The illusory creature attacked again. Dong. The golden heart beat faster and faster, and Fang Chen secretly prayed. Come on. His biggest reliance was the golden heart, and he had already thought of a countermeasure. When the big guy approached, he would use the golden heart to catch him off guard. Roar, in the blink of an eye, the illusory creature had already arrived in front of him. Be careful, the pagoda spirit reminded. At this moment, Fang Chen's eyes suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Immediately, he opened his hands, and the sword-shaped runes around his body left his body and floated in front of his chest. Buzz. A large number of sword-shaped runes merged together in front of him, forming a huge sword net. Then, a terrifying force erupted from the golden heart. Dong. The illusory creature's huge body slammed hard into the sword net. Then, it was directly overturned by the terrifying force that followed. Seeing this scene, the pagoda spirit was completely shocked. He didn't have the strength to fight back just now. How did he become so strong all of a sudden? These two brothers are both abnormal, the pagoda spirit thought. Success. Seeing that the big guy was overturned, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. Then, he continued to use the perfect combination of the perfect sword body and the golden heart to suppress the big guy. I'll let you be arrogant again. Fang Chen kicked the big guy and cursed. At the same time, the big guy's body gradually faded until it finally disappeared. Chapter 1970. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. Phew. Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief as he watched the big guy gradually dissipate. This last move was considered a risky move. It could only deal with these illusory creatures without intelligence. If it was used against human warriors, it would definitely not work. The pagoda spirit was shocked beyond words. Wasn't this too much of a freak? He just said that reaching the 5th level of evaluation would give him a treasure. But was there a need to risk his life like this? Senior, Fang Chen moved his old face closer and said with a smile. The pagoda spirit was stunned for a moment, then tried hard to suppress his shock. Amazing, really amazing. I have followed Master for countless years, and no one has ever passed the 5th level of evaluation. The pagoda spirit praised Fang Chen. Even Master himself said that any warrior who can reach the 5th level of evaluation will definitely achieve much more than him in the future. Senior, I'm very curious about the reward for the 5th level of evaluation. Fang Chen had been concerned about this question. The pagoda spirit said, what do you think is the most important problem to enter the God Emperor realm? The most important problem? Fang Chen muttered to himself, and a large amount of information appeared in his mind. After a long time, Fang Chen said, entering the God Emperor realm from the God Emperor realm is a qualitative transformation. The primordial spirit and physical body will undergo an earth-shattering transformation. And this transformation is built on the perfect control of the laws. The God Emperor realm experts are high above. Although they also control the laws, their study of the laws has reached a thorough stage. Fang Chen continued, so, the biggest obstacle to entering the God Emperor realm from the God Emperor realm is the in-depth analysis of the laws. The pagoda spirit nodded slightly. Not bad, your understanding of the God Emperor realm is not bad. But you don't know the root of it. The pagoda spirit said, entering the God Emperor realm, the power of the laws of heaven and earth will baptize the body. If you don't have a strong physical body, you won't be able to withstand that torrential power. The people of the world don't pay attention to the tempering of the physical body. When they try to break through to the God Emperor realm, it will be too late for regrets. The pagoda spirit continued, although your physical body is strong, there is still a huge gap between you and the God Emperor realm. With your current strength, you simply won't be able to withstand the baptism of laws after stepping into the God Emperor realm. Therefore, Master left behind a divine pill to strengthen the body for the successor who passed the 5th level evaluation. Divine pill? In the previous Cosmos epoch, Master was fortunate enough to meet a Cosmos god. Furthermore, this Cosmos god left behind a pill for Master before he left. The pagoda spirit said, this pill doesn't have a name. The reason why it's called the Herculean pill is because Master named it himself. That Cosmos god once said that deity emperors could instantly improve their fleshy body to the same level as god emperors after consuming this pill. The pagoda spirit said, tell me, is it possible for you to step into the God Emperor realm? Hearing this, Fang Chen finally understood. He felt his heart trembling. There was actually such a pill in the world. Heaven transcending grade pill? Cosmos gods naturally wouldn't use ordinary pills. That year after Master got this pill, he wasn't willing to consume it. He prepared to leave it for his disciple, but his disciple died in an accident. This resulted in the Herculean pill being stored until today. You are very fortunate to have passed the 5th level evaluation and can obtain the Herculean pill. Saying this, the pagoda spirit waved his hand, causing the Herculean god pagoda to tremble. Following that, a sparkling and translucent pill appeared on his palm. This is the Herculean pill. Keep it well. It's up to you when you want to consume it. The pagoda spirit said, but I suggest you consume it now. This way, it'll only take a few seconds for you to receive Master's inheritance. Fang Chen was very excited. He swallowed the Herculean pill in a single gulp. Hong long long. The Herculean pill rapidly spread within his body. Wang. The golden heart was beating at an abnormally fast speed. It seemed to be absorbing the medicinal effects of the Herculean pill. Sigh sigh sigh. In the blink of an eye, the Herculean pill was digested by Fang Chen. At this moment, the Herculean pill, which had been refined by the golden heart, appeared in Fang Chen's body. Catcher. When the medicinal effects of the Herculean pill spread to his limbs and bones, Fang Chen felt that his body was filled with a vast amount of energy. So strong. The perfect sword body operated automatically. The sword-shaped runes flashed rapidly. The strength of his physical body was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few breaths' time, the medicinal effects of the Herculean pill had been completely absorbed by Fang Chen. Who? The tremors in Fang Chen's body disappeared. The golden heart also gradually calmed down. It's over. Fang Chen was a little stunned. He thought that it would take a while. Who would have thought that it would be finished so quickly? My body. It was only then that Fang Chen realized that his physical body was 2F** king strong. Is this a physical body comparable to the God Emperor realm? Fang Chen felt that the energy in his body was too strong. It was as if it was about to erupt. With my current physical body, even if I stand on the ground without moving, God Emperor Yuhan won't be able to break through my defense. Fang Chen thought to himself. This was what it meant to be invincible in the God Emperor realm. If he were to meet a level 5 expert again, he would be able to destroy them with a punch. Congratulations. The pagoda spirit smiled and said, from now on, you are the owner of the Herculean pagoda. The pagoda spirit disappeared. Then, Fang Chen felt a tremor in his mind. A gust of wind blew past. His finger was cut, and a drop of blood fell into the Herculean pagoda. Suddenly, the Herculean pagoda shone brightly. Dense information about the Herculean pagoda appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Master. The pagoda spirit transmitted a message to Fang Chen. The Herculean pagoda doesn't have any special attack. It can only be used to smash people. Smash. Fang Chen was stunned. However, Master, don't underestimate the Herculean pagoda. According to the classification of weapons in the God world, it can be considered a top-grade true God artifact. However, because it has only one attack, it can only be compared to a high-grade true God artifact. Master, after obtaining the Herculean pagoda, you are the undisputed #1 God Emperor realm expert. Even if you meet an ordinary God Emperor, you can easily escape. The pagoda spirit said. Fang Chen laughed. His laughter was very wretched. Moreover, Master's physical body is no weaker than a God Emperor's. You only need an opportunity to break through to the God Emperor realm. The pagoda spirit said, Master, you can accept Master's inheritance now. Fang Chen followed the pagoda spirit's guidance and quickly arrived in front of the bronze throne. The skeleton seemed to have felt something. It trembled, and then the skeleton's hand landed on Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen felt like he was in a dream. In the dream, there was an unparalleled God Emperor whose physical body was invincible in the God world. In a battle with others, it was as if he used a pair of iron fists to end the battle. When he woke up, he realized that the unparalleled God Emperor in the dream was God Emperor Herculean. So strong. Thinking back to the dream, Fang Chen was even more impressed with God Emperor Herculean. It was really not easy to reach God Emperor Herculean's physical body level. If God Emperor Herculean was still alive, it would not be a problem for him to become one of the top 10 strongest God Emperors. In terms of attack power, he would be on par with God Emperor Destruction. Pursing his lips, Fang Chen stood up. After swallowing the Herculean pill, his physical body had reached the level of a God Emperor. Therefore, it was very easy to accept God Emperor Herculean's inheritance. It was just a matter of seconds. God Emperor Herculean's power inheritance is really unbelievable. Fang Chen was shocked. Although he mainly cultivated the sword Dao, he also benefited a lot from this inheritance. God Emperor physical body, combined with God Emperor Herculean's power inheritance, I really can't find a match in the ancient barn boundary. Fang Chen grinned. Pagoda spirit, when will my senior brother wake up? Fang Chen asked. He could not wait to go out and show off his skills. Master, your senior brother's potential is slightly weaker. According to my estimation, he will need at least 3 days to fully accept the inheritance. Pagoda spirit said. Okay, then I will wait for him for 3 days. Fang Chen said. Ancient barn boundary, in a hidden place. Whoosh whoosh. A group of ghost-like figures suddenly appeared. Damn it, he actually came to this place and made us chase after him. Everyone should understand the mission this time, right? Fang Chen must die. This is related to the cooperation between Holy Light Religion and God Emperor Death. Chapter 1971. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We'll provide you with a wonderful novel to read. By the time Mo Wu woke up, 7 days had already passed. Fifth senior brother, how was it? Fang Chen asked. Mo Wu's face was full of smiles. He was very excited. Junior brother, I've successfully received the inheritance of God Emperor Titan. What about you? How was it? Did you pass the 4th level? In Mo Wu's opinion, it shouldn't be a problem for his junior brother to pass the 4th level. However, it would be difficult for him to reach the 5th level. I passed, Fang Chen said. I've been waiting for you to wake up. Now that you've received the inheritance, we should leave. All right, let's go, Mo Wu said. The two of them left the Titan Pagoda. Then, the Titan Pagoda turned into nothingness and was put into Fang Chen's Sumeru ring. When the two of them came out of the Titan Pagoda, they were surrounded by many members of the Beast God clan. The leader of the group was the 3rd Holy Prince. Next to him was Godly Emperor Yu Han and some other elders of the Godly Emperor Leia. Elders, please lend me a hand and capture this child, the 3rd Saint said in a deep voice when he saw Fang Chen. In order to take revenge, he spared no expense and invited many Godly Emperor realm elders. Isn't this the 3rd Holy Son? You've recovered so quickly after being beaten up by me. Fang Chen looked at the 3rd Holy Son with a smile. When he was hunted down by Godly Emperor Swordless, Godly Emperor Destruction had appeared twice. For this reason, Fang Chen didn't want to kill members of the Beast God clan. Fang Chen, can you still smile? The third holy son said coldly with a gloomy face. Why can't I smile? You're just a loser. Your actions are foolish. I won't show you any mercy. I'll beat you up again, Fang Chen said calmly. Elders, please join forces with me, Yizichen said. Godly Emperor Destruction, you're too arrogant. Hand over the third holy son's weapon. Originally, we did not wish to make you our enemy. However, since you are so arrogant, we have offended you. Following the order of the third holy son, the elders began to attack. Junior brother. Mo Wu was a little anxious. He had just come out and already encountered so many strong opponents. He was a little worried. Senior brother, just watch the show from the side. Fang Chen grinned and rushed into the crowd. Then, Fang Chen went berserk. He was like a monster in human form. His strength was unimaginable. Bang! The first one to bear the brunt was the Holy Sun. Fang Chen did not hesitate and punched the Holy Sun in the head. The latter's head was concussed, and his body flew backward. Fortunately, Fang Chen had deliberately controlled his strength. Otherwise, if he had used his full strength, his primordial spirit would have been smashed to pieces. Ah! The third Holy Sun screamed miserably, his face full of anger. Too weak. Fang Chen shook his head and said softly. Bang! Punch after punch, the elders of the Orc God clan could not get close to Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, a large number of people were lying on the ground, screaming miserably. Fang Chen looked at the crowd with a smile and said, You dare to come out and embarrass yourselves with such little strength? You're a disgrace to the Orc God clan. After that, Fang Chen walked step by step toward the third Holy Sun. He's too strong. How can he be so strong? His strength has exceeded the range of the Godly Emperor realm. Has he broken through to the Godly Emperor realm? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. All the elders fell to the ground, their bodies becoming stiff. They could not accept the fact in front of them. They were known as the elders of the Orc God clan, and their bodies were extremely strong. However, they could not even block one punch from Fang Chen. This was too much of a blow to their confidence. What do you want? Seeing this, the third Holy Sun stepped back and looked at Fang Chen warily. Don't you want revenge? Fang Chen asked. The third Holy Sun's head shook like a rattle drum. Godly Emperor Destruction, please be magnanimous and let me go. I swear that I will never hold a grudge against you again. Even the arrogant third Holy Sun was completely intimidated by Fang Chen. Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, I will leave you with a lesson that you will never forget. Before the third Holy Sun could say anything, Fang Chen grabbed him by the collar and punched his head again and again. The third Holy Sun screamed miserably. The surrounding elders of the Beast God tribe trembled, their hearts filled with fear. He was too violent. He was like a monster in human form. After a while, Fang Chen finally stopped punching. The third Holy Sun did not look like a human anymore. His head was bigger than a pig's head and swollen beyond recognition. However, he was not dead and his life was not in danger. Fang Chen had a sense of propriety in his attack. Get lost. I'm in a good mood. I don't want to kill you, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, the elders hurriedly took the third Holy Sun and left. Junior brother, no one was more shocked than fifth senior brother Mo Wu. The feeling in his heart was too intense. Both of them had received the inheritance, but Fang Chen's physical strength was several levels higher than his. Junior brother, your physical strength is invincible in the Godly Emperor realm, Mo Wu said excitedly after a long while. I was just lucky, Fang Chen said modestly. I'm impressed. Mo Wu said several words of admiration. If he was not convinced of his junior brother's strength in the past, he would not be convinced. But now, there was nothing left. With such monstrous talent, he could sweep through the ancient granary boundary. Ha ha ha, let's see if the Beast God clan dares to interfere with my cultivation in the ancient granary boundary. Mo Wu laughed. Suddenly, Mo Wu's smile came to an abrupt halt as his expression turned grave. What's wrong, fifth senior brother? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. Eldest senior brother sent me a message. He's in some trouble, Mo Wu said. The first holy son of the Beast God clan seems to be interfering with his cultivation. The Beast God Clan. They're really haunting us. Fang Chen said, take me to eldest senior brother. Okay, I'll send a message to eldest senior brother, Mo Wu said. After a while, Mo Wu said, I've already sent a message to eldest senior brother. He's walking toward us. We'll meet up with him on the way. In a wasteland, a black-clothed man's figure flashed. He was extremely fast. Behind him, there was a huge python chasing after him. Divine Emperor Tianding, you coward. The huge python was the Nine Abyss Python, the first holy son of the Beast God Clan. You despicable person. Fight me outside the ancient granary boundary if you can. The black-clothed man was the bone progenitor's eldest disciple, Divine Emperor Tianding. What's the point of using your physical strength to suppress me in the ancient granary boundary? Divine Emperor Tianding's name was well known in the God realm. He was the bone progenitor's eldest disciple. He was extremely powerful. He was almost on par with the 6 divine emperors of the laws. However, Divine Emperor Tianding had always kept a low profile. He had been cultivating in the ancient granary boundary for a long time. In the past, he had some grudges with the first Holy Son. When the first Holy Son discovered his tracks, he relentlessly pursued him. If they were in the outside world, he would not be afraid of the first Holy Son. However, this was the ancient granary boundary, where true God power was suppressed. Relying on physical strength alone, he really could not fight against the first Holy Son. Why would he fight when he knew he was at a disadvantage? Therefore, Divine Emperor Tianding ignored the first Holy Son's pursuit. Divine Emperor Tianding, you are a bone progenitor's disciple. I feel ashamed for you to run away without a fight. The giant python spoke in human language. Whoosh! The first Holy Son swung his tail. A powerful force slammed into Divine Emperor Tianding. The latter hurriedly dodged, his body staggering. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the first Holy Son blocked Divine Emperor Tianding's path. Then, the first Holy Son transformed into his human form and smiled at Divine Emperor Tianding. It's not easy to find a chance to trample on Divine Emperor Tianding. How could I miss it? The first Holy Son smiled eerily. The Nine Abyss Python clan is really shameless. As the first Holy Son of the Beast God clan, you can only rely on the pressure of the ancient granary boundary to fight me. Divine Emperor Tianding sneered. He did not care about the first saint at all and looked down on him. It doesn't matter. You can say whatever you want. I am a straightforward person. I only care about the result. The first Holy Son said eerily. Today's result is destined to be good news for me. After today, everyone in the God realm will know that the bone progenitor's eldest disciple, Divine Emperor Tianding, was trampled on by the Destruction God Emperor's eldest disciple. Chapter 1972. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little? Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. Divine Emperor Tianding wore a black robe with a large cauldron drawn on it. Aside from being the first disciple of the bone progenitor, he was also a famous god-level alchemist in the God realm. Hearing the first Holy Son's words, Divine Emperor Tianding waved his sleeve and said, "Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Let's fight outside the ancient granary realm if you have the ability." In truth, Divine Emperor Tianding wasn't afraid of the first Holy Son in the ancient granary realm. It was just that at his level, he didn't want to be humiliated by others. Moreover, this was the first Holy Son, who was almost as strong as him. Anyone else would have fled. However, the first Holy Son seemed determined to suppress Divine Emperor Tianding in the ancient granary realm. What? Even Divine Emperor Tianding is afraid? The first Holy Son's words were full of mockery. His words angered Divine Emperor Tianding a little. Humph, if you want to fight, let's fight. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? After saying that, Divine Emperor Tianding took the initiative to attack. Wild power gathered on his fist, and then he fiercely brandished it. Insignificant skill. The first Holy Son wanted to provoke Divine Emperor Tianding on purpose, so that he would lose his composure and suppress him. Roar, the first saint instantly transformed into his true form, the Nine Serenities Python. The python was more than 100 feet thick. He flicked his tongue and swung his tail, striking the Divine Emperor Tianding. Bang! 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 Although Divine Emperor Tianding tried his best to defend, the first Holy Sun in his true form was even stronger. In the blink of an eye, Divine Emperor Tianding was at a disadvantage. Seeing this, the first Holy Sun increased the intensity of his attacks. Divine Emperor Tianding, your physical strength is too weak. As soon as the first Holy Sun finished speaking, his entire python body bound Divine Emperor Tianding, as if to suppress him. Damn it! Divine Emperor Tianding cursed. Layers of complicated patterns appeared on the surface of his skin, forcing the python away from him. In the distance, Fang Chen and his fifth senior brother, Mo Wu, were rapidly advancing. The two of them had received the Herculean God Emperor's power inheritance. Their physical strength had become extremely strong, and their movement speed within the ancient granary boundary had also become much faster. Eldest senior brother is just ahead. Mo Wu suddenly said with a solemn expression. I can sense the fluctuations of battle. Eldest senior brother seems to be in danger. Fang Chen pondered for a moment, and then said, Fifth senior brother, I'm faster, so I'll go first. You follow behind me. With that, Fang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared from Mo Wu's sight. Right now, his fleshly body strength was comparable to the God Emperor realm, and he was invincible in the ancient Barn world. His speed was raised to the extreme, and in the blink of an eye, he had left Mo Wu in the dust. At this moment, Fang Chen also noticed the two people fighting in front of him. Eldest senior brother. At a glance, Fang Chen saw the black-robed Divine Emperor being entangled by the python and forced to retreat. Whoosh! Fang Chen roared and quickly came to the side of his eldest senior brother. Without saying a word, he threw out a punch and ruthlessly smashed the python's tail. Roar. A furious roar came from the first Holy Sun's mouth. The part of the tail that was hit by Fang Chen instantly became a bloody mess. The furious first Holy Sun quickly distanced himself from Divine Emperor Tianding. His body floated in mid-air, and his bloody eyes stared at Fang Chen. Eldest senior brother, are you all right? Fang Chen looked at Divine Emperor Tianding and asked. I'm fine. Are you youngest junior brother? When Divine Emperor Tianding saw Fang Chen, a smile appeared on his face. Eldest senior brother, my name is Fang Chen. Love go little say net, Chu Fang Chen said. Hey, why is it only you? Where's fifth junior brother? Divine Emperor Tianding asked in surprise. I sensed eldest senior brother's battle fluctuations, so I came first. Fifth senior brother is behind me. He'll be here soon, Fang Chen said. Fortunately, I came in time. It's good that eldest senior brother is fine. Divine Emperor Tianding nodded slowly. Although Mo Wu hadn't arrived yet, at least he had a helper who could temporarily block the first Holy Sun's attack. You're Fang Chen, the godly emperor of destruction? The Nine Serenities python, who was floating in mid-air, asked coldly with a gloomy face. Fang Chen turned around and looked at the first Holy Sun. He nodded slightly and said, The Holy Son of the Beast Gods only knows how to bully my eldest senior brother in the ancient Barn realm. How laughable. The Nine Serenities python sneered and said eerily, Fang Chen, I was just about to look for you. You stole my third brother's weapon, and now you dare to enter the ancient Barn realm. Are you courting death? Most importantly, Fang Chen had ruined his most important task. Fang Chen curled his lips and said, Why don't you say that I ruined your plan to steal the swamp dragon ore from the Heaven Bone Palace? Steal the swamp dragon ore? Divine Emperor Tianding was surprised when he heard that. However, when Fang Chen explained the whole story, Divine Emperor Tianding was instantly enraged. You're the first Holy Son of the Beast Gods. How could you do such a thing? The Nine Serenities python stared at Fang Chen. You didn't take the path to heaven, but you barged into hell instead, the Nine Serenities python said coldly. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, the Nine Serenities python's aura fluctuated, and he was ready to attack. Little junior brother, this person's physical strength is extremely strong. Let's work together to resist for a while. When fifth junior brother comes, the three of us will definitely be able to defeat him, Divine Emperor Tianding said. Fang Chen waved his hand and looked straight at the Nine Serenities python. He said, Eldest senior brother, Watch from the side. I alone am enough to deal with the holy son of the beast gods. Fang Chen, you're too arrogant, the 9 serenities python said. If you see the third holy son, you won't say such things, Fang Chen said lightly. What did you do to my third junior brother? The 9 serenities python's expression changed greatly. Nothing. I just beat him into a pig's head, Fang Chen said with a smile. You, the 9 serenities python was furious. Wild power was released from his body, and his huge tail swung toward Fang Chen. Watch out! Divine Emperor Tianding exclaimed. However, Fang Chen didn't seem to have seen it. He stood quietly on the ground, motionless. However, there seemed to be some mockery on his face. Pa! The huge snake tail whipped Fang Chen's body viciously. A terrifying force instantly assaulted Fang Chen. The Holy Sun knew that this attack was enough to seriously injure an ordinary divine emperor. Let's see if you're still alive. The Holy Sun sneered while controlling the snake tail. Oh no! Divine Emperor Tianding was also very anxious. He was very worried about his junior brother. However, right at that moment, a miserable cry was suddenly heard. Divine Emperor Tianding hurriedly looked over and saw that Fang Chen was holding the snake tail with one hand and swinging the 9 serenities python wildly. Dong! The 9 serenities python's terrifying tail slammed into Fang Chen's body, but it didn't break through his defense. Instead, Fang Chen used this opportunity to counterattack. This, Divine Emperor Tianding was completely dumbfounded. Isn't this too exaggerated? The Holy Sun's all-out attack could even injure me. However, junior brother is not injured at all. Divine Emperor Tianding said to himself. It seems that junior brother is not simple. Thinking of this, Divine Emperor Tianding's body relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. Bang bang bang, with one hand holding the snake's tail, he clenched his other hand into a fist and punched the first saint's body repeatedly. After much difficulty, the first saint finally broke free from Fang Chen's restraints. He was burning with rage. Fang Chen, I'm going to kill you. The Holy Sun roared and immediately pushed his strength to the extreme, attacking Fang Chen wildly. However, he soon found that no matter how strong he was, he couldn't break through Fang Chen's defense. How strong is his physical body? The first saint's heart trembled. He had never seen such a powerful physical body before. In the blink of an eye, the Holy Sun was once again swung wildly by Fang Chen. Bang bang bang! Don't be so arrogant. After a while, the python of 9 serenities was badly mutilated and its breath was weak. Splash! The Holy Sun turned into his human form and curled up on the ground. His clothes were stained with blood. The Holy Sun of the Orc God clan was nowhere to be seen. His face was pale and he was terrified when he saw Fang Chen. Do you dare to bully my senior brother again? Fang Chen kicked the Holy Sun and sent him flying. The Holy Sun was humiliated, but he could only remain silent. Fang Chen's physical strength was too strong. He couldn't cause any harm to Fang Chen even if he used all his strength. Godly Emperor of Destruction, you live up to your reputation. I admit defeat. The Holy Sun gave in. Chapter 1973. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. Weren't you awesome just now? Fang Chen asked mockingly as he looked at the Holy Sun, who was curled up on the ground. Love go little say W, chew in the latter's heart, 10,000 alpacas were galloping madly. You've beaten me up like this. How can I still be arrogant? Do you want to die? However, he could only think about it in his heart. He did not dare to say it out loud. Who knew if that goddamn bastard had a tendency to abuse him and would continue to beat him up? Anyway, the Holy Sun was deeply hurt. His fear of Fang Chen had reached its peak. His physical strength is many times stronger than mine, the Holy Sun thought to himself. I guess he's almost as strong as the God Emperor. The Holy Sun's face showed a hint of self-mockery. He had always boasted that his physical strength was invincible among the divine emperors and that he was invincible in the ancient warehouse realm. But now, he had finally suffered a great loss. Moreover, it was at the hands of a person he thought he could easily kill. Junior brother, this man is the disciple of the God Emperor of Destruction. Let him off when possible. Divine Emperor Tianding stopped Fang Chen, fearing that he would end the life of the Holy Son in a fit of anger. Fang Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, senior brother. I know what I'm doing." Then, Fang Chen walked up to the Holy Son, squatted down and said, "I have a few questions for you. You can leave after you answer." "Go ahead," the Holy Son said. "Do you hate me?" The first saint shook his head furiously. How could he bear a grudge against such a freak? "Will you come back for revenge after leaving the ancient warehouse realm?" Fang Chen continued to ask. "No. As the first holy son of the beast gods, I have to take responsibility," the Holy Son said in a deep voice. "Okay, you can leave now." "Love go little say W." Chu Fang Chen clapped his hands. The first Holy Son was shocked. Was he going to let him go just like that? He thought that Fang Chen would take the opportunity to extort some cultivation resources from him. Still not leaving? Fang Chen glared at the first saint. The latter's body trembled as he scrambled out of the place. At this moment, Divine Emperor Tianding walked up to Fang Chen and gave him a thumbs up. "Little junior brother, I, Tianding Divine Emperor, have never admired anyone among the Divine Emperors. Even the God Emperors of the 6 laws are unable to make me admire them. But now, your strength has really opened my eyes. From now on, I will only submit to you," said Divine Emperor Tianding. "Eldest senior brother, you're exaggerating. I only have brute strength. If we were outside the ancient granary boundary, I wouldn't even need to do anything. Eldest senior brother would be able to deal with the first Holy Son." Fang Chen said modestly. Hoo. Fifth senior brother Mo Wu finally arrived. "Eldest senior brother, how are you? Where's the first Holy Son?" Mo Wu asked, panting. He looked around and didn't see any trace of the first Holy Son. "Fifth junior brother, you're late. The first Holy Son has already been beaten away by little junior brother," said Divine Emperor Tianding. "Beaten away by little junior brother?" Hearing this, Mo Wu's heart was in turmoil. Although he knew that little junior brother was very strong, he didn't expect him to be this strong. "Little junior brother, did you really beat away the first Holy Son?" Mo Wu asked again. Fang Chen nodded. Mo Wu looked at Fang Chen with a burning gaze. The first Holy Son is said to have an invincible physical body in the Divine Emperor realm. "Little junior brother, you were able to beat him away. Now I'm very suspicious. Did you pass the 5th level of the Titan Tower?" asked Mo Wu. Fang Chen nodded, not hiding anything from Mo Wu. Mo Wu's eyes widened. "You really passed the 5th level?" "It was just a fluke," said Fang Chen. Mo Wu's heart shook even more. After a long while, he finally calmed down. Then he gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. From now on, little junior brother is king in the ancient Barn realm. Divine Emperor Tianding also agreed with Mo Wu's words. Only his junior brother could beat the first Holy Son into such a sorry state. With such physical strength, there was no doubt that he could sweep through the ancient Barn realm. "Fifth junior brother, it seems that the two of us are getting old," laughed Divine Emperor Tianding. "Yes, each new generation excels the previous. Little junior brother's potential is really too strong. Perhaps among the 7 of us, little junior brother will be the first to step into the Divine Emperor realm," said Mo Wu. "Senior brothers, there's no need to praise little junior brother." The 3 of them were very happy to be together in the ancient Barn realm. They chatted happily. On this day, the 3 holy sons of the beast gods gathered together. The second Holy Son was confused when he saw the 2 Holy Sons. "Big brother, third brother, what's wrong with you?" asked the second Holy Son curiously. The first Holy Son's face was gloomy and he did not speak. The third Holy Son smiled bitterly. "Second brother." The third Holy Son's voice was sorrowful. "It's all that Fang Chen's fault. He humiliated me and beat me into a pig's head." The third Holy Son began to complain tearfully to the second Holy Son. The latter said, "I told you long ago that the godly Emperor of Destruction is not to be trifled with, but you didn't listen. Now you're at a disadvantage, aren't you?" Then, the second Holy Son looked at the first Holy Son and asked, "Big brother, your physical strength should be invincible in the ancient Barn realm. What exactly happened to make you like this?" Did you meet the undying warriors of the immortal divine pavilion? The undying warriors of the immortal divine pavilion were not only terrifyingly good at self-healing, but also had extremely strong physical strength. The second holy son could not figure out who else had such an ability other than the undying warriors. The first holy son's face was bruised black and blue. He shook his head gently. Who else could it be other than the undying warriors? The second holy son asked with his eyes wide open. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the first holy son in disbelief and said, "Big brother, could it be that you were also beaten up by the godly Emperor of Destruction?" Thinking of the godly Emperor of Destruction's style of doing things, it was possible. What? Big brother, is it true? The third holy son asked anxiously. Don't provoke the godly Emperor of Destruction in the future. The first holy son finally spoke. Hearing this, the second holy son and the third holy son were shocked. Is the godly Emperor of Destruction's physical strength stronger than yours, big brother? The second holy son cried out. As for the third holy son, he finally stopped complaining. If even his big brother was beaten up like this, it was normal for him to be beaten up. His physical strength is comparable to the God Emperor realm. He can sweep through the ancient warehouse realm. The first holy son said, I'm going back to the beast gods to cultivate in seclusion. What about you two? We're going back too. The second and third holy son hurriedly said. They did not want to be beaten up by the godly Emperor of Destruction. Okay, let's go now. The three holy son left the ancient warehouse realm. The second holy son secretly rejoiced that he had not been reckless enough to avenge his third brother. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Fang Chen and Mo Wu had already obtained the inheritance, but the first senior brother had not. So the two of them began to help the first senior brother. It took them about 10 days to find the inheritance. Although it was not as good as the God Emperor Titan's inheritance, it was enough for the first senior brother, godly Emperor Tianding, to accept. In the process of fighting for the inheritance, they clashed with some godly emperors. Fang Chen activated the berserk mode of the humanoid monster. With his pair of iron fists, he sent all the competitors flying. It was also because of this battle that his reputation soared. Later, the news of Fang Chen beating up the first and third holy son spread throughout the ancient warehouse realm. For a time, all the godly emperors in the ancient warehouse realm were talking about the godly Emperor of Destruction. Some even called the godly Emperor of Destruction a terrifying humanoid monster. When they saw the godly Emperor of Destruction, they ran away from him, not daring to get close. Fang Chen's physical strength had successfully suppressed everyone in the ancient barn world, sweeping through everything. Half a month later, the three of them left the ancient warehouse realm with great gains. In the ancient warehouse realm, everyone was cheering. The humanoid monster had finally left. They no longer had to worry about being beaten up. At the same time, the godly emperors of the Beast God clan who had been beaten up by Fang Chen finally dared to walk around the ancient warehouse realm. Although Fang Chen had left the ancient warehouse realm, his heroic deeds had been passed down. Junior brother Fang, you're really famous now. Mo Wu smiled. Yes, it won't be long before this news spreads throughout the God realm. When that happens, it will definitely shake the God realm, godly Emperor Tianding said. The three of them were about to reach the exit of the ancient warehouse realm. Chapter 1974. Genius remembers love in 1 second small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. With a pair of iron fists, he suppressed all the deity emperors of the Beast God clan. He was invincible in the ancient warehouse boundary. The current Fang Chen was no longer the same as before. Even a god emperor would be shocked by the power of his physical body. In this universe era, in the history of the divine world, there had never been a divine emperor realm expert who could increase his physical strength to such an extent. Of course, the reason why Fang Chen could have such a strong physical body was also due to some coincidences. First of all, he had the golden heart. Then, he had the perfect sword body, which was known as the strongest body in the universe. It had helped him a lot. Secondly, there was the Herculean divine pill left behind by the Herculean God Emperor. This pill had directly raised his physical body to the peak, making him comparable to a god emperor. The three apprentice brothers chatted and laughed. The eldest apprentice brother, Divine Emperor Tianding, and the fifth apprentice brother, Mo Wu, had cultivated in the ancient granary realm for several decades, but they had not achieved much. However, after meeting Fang Chen, there had been earth-shaking changes in just over 8 years. I truly did not expect that junior brother would be able to sweep through the ancient granary realm. Divine Emperor Tianding sighed. That's right. I've always thought that, other than the first Holy Son, the person most likely to sweep through the ancient granary realm with his physical strength would be eldest senior brother, Mo Wu said with a smile. Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, countless ear-piercing sounds came from afar. Shortly after, an evil aura instantly surged towards him. Fang Chen's expression changed. He instantly knew who this person was. Remnant of Holy Light Religion. Divine Emperor Tianding's face gradually darkened. He clenched his fists tightly as energy rippled around his body. He was ready to strike at any moment. Hoo. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 immortal emperors of Holy Light Religion appeared on the wasteland and surrounded Fang Chen and the other two. Love go little say wk Fang Chen. The leader of the Divine Emperors stared at Fang Chen with a ferocious look on his face. He licked his dry lips and spoke in a hoarse voice. Since when did the remnants of Holy Light Religion dare to run amok in the God world? Divine Emperor Tianding coldly said. Everyone has the right to punish the remnants of Holy Light Religion. Mo Wu said. However, the leader of the remaining members of the Holy Light Religion was not afraid. Instead, he sneered and said, Divine Emperor Tianding, Mo Wu, this time we are here for Fang Chen. If you don't want to get involved, then leave quickly. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Hearing this, Divine Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu were enraged. Bullshit. Fang Chen is my junior brother. You want me to sit back and do nothing? Even if you're not here for my junior brother, if we encounter the remnants of your Holy Light Religion, we will not hesitate to attack. The two of them were furious as they stared at the remnants of Holy Light Religion. On the other hand, Fang Chen looked very relaxed. In order to deal with me, Holy Light Religion actually sent out more than 20 divine emperors. Fang Chen indifferently said, unfortunately, these divine emperors are not enough for me to kill. Fang Chen's words were filled with killing intent. In his opinion, the remnants of Holy Light Religion were nothing but trash. If this was the outside world, he would have to be careful if more than 20 divine emperors attacked him together. However, this was the ancient warehouse boundary. His physical strength was comparable to the God Emperor realm. He was invincible in the ancient warehouse boundary. These idiots from Holy Light Religion actually wanted to kill him in the ancient warehouse boundary. What a joke. Humph, do you really think that you can be so arrogant just because you are the God Emperor of Destruction? The leader of the Holy Light Religion sneered and said, no matter what, you will die if you enter. Fang Chen stared at the remnants of Holy Light Religion and grinned. I really don't know who gave you the courage to kill me. Don't you know that I am not afraid of anyone among the divine emperors? Formation. The leader of the Holy Light Religion divine emperors did not waste any more words. With a low shout, more than 20 divine emperors changed their positions and formed a huge formation. As soon as the formation was activated, a terrifying bloody aura instantly swept over. Fang Chen's expression changed greatly because he could feel that true God power could be used in the formation. Not good. Divine Emperor Tianding also cried out. If true God power could be used, it would be difficult for the three of them to deal with more than 20 Holy Light Religion divine emperors. How could we not know that you are the God Emperor of Destruction? Before dealing with you, we have already investigated your information clearly. The leader of the divine emperors said, I have to say that your potential is really too strong. In this universe era, you are currently the most monstrous genius in the divine realm. Any monstrous genius is the enemy of our Holy Light Religion. Our purpose is to completely strangle them. The Holy Light Religion divine emperor said, therefore, we are fully prepared today. Don't think about escaping, only death awaits you. Hurry up and break the formation. After Divine Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu recovered their true God power, they displayed a terrifying power and constantly bombarded the formation. However, Fang Chen stood quietly on the ground with his eyes closed, comprehending the mysteries of the formation. Don't waste your energy. You can't break this formation. The leader of the Divine Emperors sneered, his face full of ridicule. Originally, I just wanted to kill God Emperor of Destruction. I didn't expect that I would accidentally encounter Divine Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu. Ha ha ha, if the three disciples of the Bone Progenitor are killed together, it would be a great blow to the Bone Progenitor. This time, Holy Light Religion had dispatched more than 20 Divine Emperors. It was enough to show how much importance they attached to Fang Chen. With the increase of Fang Chen's strength, the entire Divine Realm was shaken. Holy Light Religion naturally also noticed Fang Chen. They felt the terrifying potential of Fang Chen. Originally, they planned to kill Fang Chen. Coincidentally, the Death God Emperor came and promised them great benefits. Naturally, the two cooperated. For Holy Light Religion, this was killing two birds with one stone. Senior brother, this formation is very strange. We can't break it. Mo Wu said anxiously while attacking crazily. Divine Emperor Tianding's face was also anxious. Seeing Fang Chen motionless, he whispered, Junior brother Fang, do you have any ideas? At this moment, the aura of the formation filled Fang Chen's mind. His golden heart was beating rapidly. His consciousness was integrated into the formation, searching for the formation's trajectory. What a strange formation. I can't find any trace of it. After searching for a long time, he still couldn't find any useful value. This made Fang Chen speechless. Humph, do you think you can break the 7-section formation of our Holy Light Religion? The leader of the Divine Emperors sneered. More than 20 Divine Emperors were controlling the formation with all their strength, preparing for the first wave of attack. Attack! As the leader of the Divine Emperors spoke, a vast power suddenly came from the formation. The terrifying power of the true gods seemed to be tearing the void apart. Time and Space Phantasm Magic Book. The three senior brothers used the Time and Space Phantasm Magic Book at the same time, merging their bodies into the void. Seeing this, the leader of the Divine Emperors sneered. Knowing that you are the disciples of the Bone Progenitor, how could we not be prepared? Attack every inch of the void in the formation. The leader of the Divine Emperors ordered. Suddenly, more than 20 Divine Emperors began to attack crazily. After a while, Divine Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu couldn't hold on any longer. Fang Chen was also constantly changing his body to avoid the crazy attacks. This can't go on. I need to find the loophole of the formation quickly and break it. Fang Chen thought to himself. If he broke the formation, his true god power would be sealed again. With his physical strength, he could completely defeat the 20 Divine Emperors of the Holy Light Religion. He just said that this is a 7-section formation. Fang Chen seemed to have thought of some useful information. 7 sections, 7 sections. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Boom. A light suddenly flashed in Fang Chen's mind. Immediately, he was overjoyed. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that he had seen a description of the 7-section formation in the Inheritance of a Powerful Array Master. I see. Fang Chen grinned. According to the Inheritance of the Powerful Array Master, the 7-section formation was the top level of the absolute god level formation. Once trapped, even a god emperor would find it difficult to break free with brute force. The 7-section formation had been lost for a long time. No one in the god realm could set it up. The 7-section formation, the most important part is the 7 sections. Fang Chen said to himself. He looked up and saw that there were exactly 21 godly emperors from Holy Light Religion, no more and no less. In other words, the 21 of them were divided into 3 groups. Each group was a 7-section formation. Strictly speaking, the formation they had set up was a 3-section 7-section formation. Fortunately, it's a 3-section 7-section formation. Chapter 1975. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. According to Fang Chen's memories, the strongest form of the 7 sections formation was the 7 sections formation. In other words, there would be 7 groups of 7 fragments, and each group would need 7 god-kings. In total, there would be 49 people. If he had set up a 7-segmented array, even a celestial emperor wouldn't have been able to break it. Fortunately, this time, the remnants of the Holy Light religion only arranged a 3-part 7-section array. Upon having this thought, a cold smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. Then, with a thought, a large amount of information about the 7 points formation appeared in his mind. If you want to break the 7-section formation, you must separate the 3 groups of 7 sections. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. Fang Chen thought to himself. He looked around and confirmed the position of the 3 groups of 7 fragments before he sent a voice transmission to his senior brothers. Eldest senior brother, 5th senior brother, I've found a way to break the formation, but I need your help. Just as Divine Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu were feeling anxious, they suddenly heard Fang Chen's words and were overjoyed. They immediately expressed that they would do their best to cooperate with Fang Chen. Fang Chen told his 2 senior brothers in detail about the positions of the 3 groups of 7 fragments. Eldest senior brother, when I give the order, you will madly attack the first group of 7 fragments. 5th senior brother, you will deal with the second group of 7 fragments. Remember, no matter what, you must attack like crazy. Don't let these 2 groups of 7 fragments join forces, Fang Chen warned. Don't worry, junior brother. I don't dare to say anything about the others, but I am confident in attacking one of the groups, Divine Emperor Tianding said, nodding his head. No matter what, Divine Emperor Tianding was one of the top divine emperors. If he couldn't even stop a group of 7 fragments, what was the point? Mo Wu also nodded heavily, ready to act at any moment. At this moment, the leading deity emperor burst into laughter. Try harder, they can't hold on any longer. The 3 sets of 7 fragments cooperated and complemented each other, erupting with a wild power that instantly affected the void. Voila! The void distorted, and Fang Chen and the other 2 appeared at the same time. Do it! At this moment, Fang Chen bellowed and took the lead to rush towards the 7 people in the northwest direction. He did not hesitate to use the immemorial soul-refining chant. 5 major sword moves were launched at the same time, attacking 5 of them. Then, he used the 24th level of the demonic dragon sky-destroying sword. A terrifying black dragon swooped down from the sky. Fang Chen's target was the 7 people in the northwest direction. The 7 of them formed the 3rd group, the 7 fragments. At the same time, Godly Emperor Tianding was madly attacking the first group of 7 fragments, while Mo Wu was attacking the second group of 7 fragments. The face of the Holy Light Religion Emperor, who was originally laughing wildly, suddenly changed. How is that possible? How could he see through the 7 sections formation's trajectory? If he wanted to break the 7 sections formation, he had to find the most prepared 7 sections. Even if he miscalculated one person, it would cause the plan to fail. However, when the head godly emperor glanced at them, his heart was set off stormy waves. Fang Chen and the other 2 actually found the 3rd group of 7 fragments with incomparable accuracy. Moreover, the most surprising thing was that they actually attacked crazily, cutting off the contact between the 3 groups of 7 fragments. Attack with all your strength. The head godly emperor knew that the situation was not good, so he loudly roared. Although they were trapped in the 7 sections formation, godly Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu still displayed their top godly emperor means. Under the 2's crazy attacks, the 2 groups of 7 fragments were unable to converge with the 3rd group of 7 fragments. This gave Fang Chen an excellent opportunity. After 2 waves of wild attacks from the immemorial soul-refining chant and the demonic dragon sky-destroying sword, the 7 godly emperors who were maintaining the 3rd group of 7 fragments were already somewhat shaky and could no longer hold on. Kill! Fang Chen urged his full strength. While displaying his sword technique, he also used the 1,000-leaf needles. Thousands of embroidery needles were densely suspended in the air, stabbing toward the 7 people at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Poochie. Finally, under the frenzied attacks, one of the weaker godly emperors could no longer hold on. Spitting out blood, his body fell down and instantly lost his life. The 7 fragments must be maintained by all 7 people. As long as one person was no longer present, the 7 fragments would collapse. Crash. The third group of 7 fragments broke, causing the other 2 groups of 7 fragments to also collapse. Whoosh. A terrifying sword light emerged from the horizon and ruthlessly slashed at the remaining members of Holy Light Temple. Retreat. The remaining members of Holy Light Temple frantically retreated. Boom. The star-concealing sword split open a large hole in the ground. At this time, Fang Chen also felt that the true God power in his body was suppressed again. The 7 sections formation had been completely broken, and their figures once again appeared in the ancient warehouse boundary. Fang Chen put away the star-concealing sword and smilingly looked at the numerous godly emperors of Holy Light Temple. Holy Light Temple really put in a lot of effort. In order to deal with me, they even took out the 7 sections formation. Fang Chen grinned. However, his smile was filled with cold killing intent. The remaining 20 godly emperors' faces changed. The leading godly emperor gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Do you think that by breaking the 7 sections formation, you can escape from our hands? In terms of physical strength, our Holy Light Temple is not afraid of anyone." His words made Divine Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu laugh out loud. Competing in physical strength with junior brother Fang? Are you sure you're not joking? Humph, you can laugh now, but you'll cry later. The leading godly emperor said indifferently. Fang Chen took a step forward, looked at the 20 godly emperors of Holy Light Temple, and said, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" Arrogant. The leading godly emperor was furious. The 20 godly emperors suddenly urged all their strength and crazily attacked Fang Chen. Too weak. Fang Chen shook his head. After gathering his strength, he lightly punched the head of the first godly emperor who approached him. Catcher. Almost without any resistance, the godly emperor's head directly exploded, along with his primordial spirit. Boom. At the same time, the remaining Holy Light Temple members all attacked Fang Chen with all their strength. The perfect sword body operated, and the sword-shaped runes flowed. The thunder-like attacks fell on Fang Chen's body, but unexpectedly, they did not leave any scars. It's not that I want to criticize you, but your attacks are too weak. Even if I stand here and don't move, you can't break my defense. Fang Chen shook his head and sneered. Seeing this, the leading godly emperor was shocked. His body involuntarily retreated. We have no choice. Either he dies, or we die. Under the leading godly emperor's roar, the other godly emperors began to fight with all their might. However, the only response they got was a pair of iron fists. That was all. Bang! Every time Fang Chen's iron fists hit the head of a godly emperor of Holy Light Temple, their number would decrease by 1. A moment later, 10 godly emperors had died in the hands of Fang Chen. Satisfying. When fighting against the number 1 Holy Sun, Fang Chen needed to hold back and control his strength. When fighting against the remaining Holy Light Temple members, he did not need to think about this at all. His only thought was to kill them all. Therefore, Fang Chen felt that the battle was very satisfying. How is this possible? How can his physical strength be so strong? The remaining Holy Light Temple members were also shocked by Fang Chen's physical strength. However, it was too late. What awaited them was death. Godly Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu quietly watched this scene with smiles on their faces. Sweeping through the ancient warehouse boundary was no joke. It could only be said that these remaining Holy Light Temple members were too unlucky. Just as Fang Chen was slaughtering, countless godly emperors appeared in the dark. They had all been attracted by the powerful force. Is that the godly Emperor Destruction? The godly Emperor Destruction is fighting with the remaining Holy Light Temple members. Too powerful. With such combat strength, he is indeed the invincible godly Emperor Destruction who swept through the ancient warehouse boundary. Many godly emperors were completely shocked. It was not until this moment that they personally experienced how strong the godly Emperor Destruction was. At the same time, they were also very excited. It was simply too satisfying. One by one, the remnants of Holy Light religion died in fear. Bang! When the last godly emperor was killed, a total of 21 corpses fell in a pool of blood. Evil auras flowed from their bodies. At this moment, All the godly emperors who were watching in the dark expressed their highest respect for Fang Chen. They did not feel that Fang Chen was bloodthirsty and terrifying at all. Instead, they cheered for Fang Chen. Because what he killed was a great enemy of the God realm, the remaining Holy Light Temple members. Chapter 1976. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. 21 Holy Light religion survivors were all killed. Fang Chen retracted his power. When he turned to look at his big brother and fifth brother, he was instantly stunned and confused. In the distance, countless divine emperors were staring at him with their mouths agape. Junior brother, these people are all shocked by your strength, Divine Emperor Tianding said with a laugh. Fang Chen scratched his head and didn't think much of it. He didn't know how much of a shock he had brought to everyone when he slaughtered the Holy Light religion survivors. Junior brother, you're amazing. Other than that, Mo Wu didn't know what to say. Fang Chen chuckled and said, let's go. Now, there was no need to stay in the ancient warehouse boundary any longer. The training was over. Everyone watched in shock as Fang Chen and the other two left the ancient warehouse boundary. The entire ancient warehouse boundary was in an uproar. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fang Chen and the other two waited for a moment at the exit of the ancient warehouse boundary. Junior brother, are you waiting for someone? Divine Emperor Tianding asked. Fang Chen nodded. He was waiting for his wife, Star and Moon, and Little Mouse. A moment later, the purple-robed Star and Moon rushed over, followed by Little Mouse and the others. Fang Chen called out. A smile appeared on Star and Moon's pretty face as she walked to Fang Chen's side. Are you okay? Fang Chen asked. Star and Moon shook her head. She basically didn't encounter any powerful divine emperors in the ancient warehouse boundary. Instead, she obtained some inheritances. No breakthrough. Fang Chen found that Star and Moon were still at the peak of the Divine King realm and hadn't broken through. Junior brother Fang, won't you introduce us? Divine Emperor Tianding asked with a smile. Let me introduce you. This is my eldest senior brother, Divine Emperor Tianding, and this is my fifth senior brother, Mo Wu, Fang Chen said. Senior brothers, this is my wife, Star and Moon. Ha ha ha, sister-in-law, you are truly beautiful. You are a good match for junior brother Fang. Divine Emperor Tianding laughed. Then, Fang Chen introduced Little Mouse and the others to Divine Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu. When the two of them saw these four fellows, their admiration for Fang Chen increased even more. Outside the ancient barn realm, there were still many people discussing in low voices. Some did not dare to enter, while others wanted to enter but were not prepared. Voila! Fang Chen and the other two walked out. Immediately, everyone's gazes fell on them. It's Celestial Bone Palace's Divine Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu. Who is the other person? He looks so familiar. You don't even know him? The Godly Emperor of Destruction, Fang Chen. The three of them grinned when they heard the crowd's discussion. Rumble. Suddenly, a deafening sound came from the sky. Then, a shocking aura swept across the land. Everyone looked at the sky blankly. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Other than the God Emperors, no one else could cause such a huge commotion. Godly Emperor of Destruction. Fang Chen saw the projection in the sky. It was the Godly Emperor of Destruction in a black robe, looking at Fang Chen with a smile. Greetings, Godly Emperor of Destruction. Divine Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu cupped their fists. The Godly Emperor of Destruction nodded lightly and said, I'm really envious of the Bone Progenitor for taking in such an outstanding disciple. The Godly Emperor of Destruction's words stunned the crowd once again. They looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Even the Godly Emperor of Destruction praised Fang Chen. Wasn't this too sick? Godly Emperor, you are flattering me. Fang Chen said humbly. He was calmer facing the Godly Emperor of Destruction and was not too nervous. The Godly Emperor of Destruction suddenly stretched out his hand and said, hand it over. Fang Chen was stunned and immediately thought of the third Holy Sun's weapon. He took out the long spear from the Sumeru ring and handed it to the Godly Emperor of Destruction. Senior Godly Emperor of Destruction, I didn't mean to. Fang Chen wanted to explain as he was afraid that the godly Emperor of Destruction would be angry. However, the godly Emperor of Destruction waved his hand and stopped Fang Chen. I already know everything that happened in the ancient barn boundary. You were already merciful to my two useless disciples. The godly Emperor of Destruction said, but I'm curious about you. You managed to reach such a level in such a short time. Today, I came here to take back my third disciple's weapon. Most importantly, I wanted to see you with my own eyes. The godly Emperor of Destruction said, your strength is beyond my imagination. From now on, you will be the number one person below the godly Emperor. If you have time, you are welcome to visit the Beast God clan. After saying that, the godly Emperor of Destruction's projection disappeared and the terrifying power dissipated. In front of the ancient barn boundary, there was a commotion. Everyone looked at Fang Chen with their mouths agape. The godly Emperor of Destruction said it himself. The number one person below the godly Emperor. This was a great compliment. Junior brother, you are now famous in the realm of gods. Godly Emperor Tianding smiled. Yes, the godly Emperor of Destruction said it himself. This is very authoritative. I believe that when the news spreads, the other godly emperors will acknowledge your strength. Mo Wu was also happy for Fang Chen. Fang Chen was not too excited. He nodded lightly and said, Junior brothers, are you going back to the Heavenly Bone Palace or to my Golden Summit Island? Junior brother, we haven't returned to the Heavenly Bone Palace for many years. This time, we are going back to see Master. Godly Emperor Tianding said. All right, then we will part ways here. Fang Chen said. In a few days, the godly Emperor of Destruction's compliment to Fang Chen had spread throughout the realm of gods. The 10 great godly emperors were shocked. Especially the bone progenitor. After hearing the news, he was so happy that he could not close his mouth. Ha ha ha, that disciple of mine really made me proud. In the Heavenly Bone Palace, the bone progenitor said with a smile. The godly Emperor of Destruction, that old fart, has very high standards. There are very few people that he thinks highly of. Even his 3 precious disciples didn't receive such an evaluation. Looks like my disciple has gained a lot in the ancient barn boundary. Other than the bone progenitor, the other strongest godly emperors also heard the news. The bone progenitor's disciple is really powerful. With his potential, he might really step into the godly emperor realm in the future. A spacetime cultivator actually swept across the ancient barn boundary in terms of strength. This is an unsurpassable record. Many godly emperors were discussing with each other. In the South Tomb Sword Palace, the godly Emperor of Death and Black Empress faces were extremely gloomy. Junior brother, looks like the holy light religion has failed. Black Emperor said in a deep voice. Damn it, we still can't kill him. Godly Emperor of Death said coldly. His growth is too fast. The godly Emperor of Destruction said that he is the number one under the godly Emperor realm. This is not an exaggeration. Black Emperor said, I am a little worried. If we let him continue to grow, when he becomes a godly emperor, we will not be able to do anything to him. I am going to contact the Holy Light Religion. I think they do not want to see such a monstrous talent with such great potential continue to grow. After returning to the Golden Summit Island, the star and moon went straight into seclusion. He had gained a lot in the ancient barn boundary and needed to go into seclusion to digest it. As for the little mouse and the other 3, other than Xiao Huang who had broken through to the godly emperor realm, the other 3 did not break through. However, they were not in the mood to cultivate and were looking for godly beasts to battle. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed since they returned to the Golden Summit Island. During this period, Fang Chen was more relaxed. When he was free, he would cultivate the demonic dragon Sky Destroyer sword or check out the 5 mines. Since the trip to the ancient barn boundary, there were no more Holy Light Religion survivors to attack. The leisurely days continued to pass. However, one day, a godly emperor who claimed to be from the Samsara Palace suddenly came to the Golden Summit Island. Island Master, this person claims to be the godly emperor of the Samsara Palace and wants to see you, the Vice Island Master said. Oh, the godly emperor of the Samsara Palace? Let him come in, Fang Chen said. After a while, The Vice Island Master brought the godly Emperor of the Samsara Palace to the garden. I have long heard that the godly Emperor of Destruction is a young talent. Today, I see that you are indeed worthy of your reputation. The godly Emperor of the Samsara Palace said with a smile, "Let me introduce myself. I am the Elder of the Samsara Palace. The godly Emperor of Destruction can call me Old Blue. Elder Blue, may I know why you have come to the Golden Summit Island?" Fang Chen asked. "Godly Emperor of Destruction, I am here for an important matter." Hearing this, Elder Blue said in a low voice, "Godly Emperor of Destruction, do you still remember Miss Ling? Of course I remember. Although this is the first time I have met Miss Ling, we hit it off very well," Fang Chen said, recalling the scene of Ling and the old man on the Golden Summit Island. Miss Ling encountered some trouble in the Samsara Palace. "Originally, I did not want to disturb you, godly Emperor of Destruction, but I had no choice." Chapter 1977. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Oh! Fang Chen's eyes twinkled as he stared at Elder Blue. Miss Ling is in trouble. Emperor Shui Luo is extremely anxious, but there is nothing he can do. He only thought of this when he heard that you, Emperor Destruction, had become the strongest person under the Emperor God. Elder Blue continued, "Miss Ling did not agree to ask for your help, but Emperor Shui Luo knew that without your help, Miss Ling would not be able to pass this tribulation. So he acted on his own. What kind of trouble is Ling in?" Fang Chen asked. He and Ling were fated to meet. If he could help, he would not mind. This way, he could do the Reincarnation Palace a favor. The Reincarnation Palace has so many experts, and even the Reincarnation Emperor is here. How can you not solve Ling problem? Elder Blue shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Emperor Destruction, listen to me in detail." Following that, Elder Blue explained in detail what had happened. After listening, Fang Chen finally understood. The only thing that surprised him was that Ling was the first reincarnation king of the Reincarnation Palace. The last time he saw Ling she was just a divine king warrior. Fang Chen did not associate her with the Reincarnation King at all. In short, the problem was this: Ling was very strong. Among the younger generation of the Reincarnation Palace, no one could defeat her. Moreover, Ling had an unknown title. She was the Reincarnation Emperor, one of the 6 divine emperors. Logically speaking, Ling should be very strong. But Ling was in the midst of breaking through reincarnation. At the critical moment, her strength was suppressed, and her realm fell to the Divine King realm. At this time, the immortal Divine Pavilion came to visit and asked the younger generation to exchange pointers. They wanted to fight Ling. If Ling did not dare to fight, they would give up the title of Reincarnation Emperor. What kind of joke was this? If the Reincarnation Palace did this, wouldn't they become the laughingstock of the God realm? But Ling was in the midst of breaking through reincarnation. Her strength was suppressed, and she could not fight at will. Otherwise, she would be trapped in the endless reincarnation and never be able to come out. Love Go Little Say W. Chew It was precisely because it was a duel between divine emperors that the Samsara Palace was in a dilemma. This time, the immortal Divine Pavilion had come prepared. Moreover, they had asked around and mocked the Reincarnation Palace. They had even said that the Reincarnation Palace could find any divine emperor to fight them. At that moment, God Emperor Destruction's praise for Fang Chen spread to Samsara Palace. God Emperor Shui Luo was overjoyed. He told Ling of his decision, but she refused. She thought that she and Fang Chen were just friends, so she didn't want to get him involved in this matter. Thinking of this, Fang Chen grinned. Ling pays more attention to the friendship between friends, so she didn't want me to help. But, can I not help? Fang Chen also wanted to see the undying warriors of the immortal Divine Pavilion. Elder Blue, when will the battle begin? Fang Chen asked. There are still 10 days left, Elder Blue said. I'll make some arrangements on Golden Peak Island and then set off immediately, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Elder Blue was overjoyed. A short while later, Fang Chen left Golden Summit Island with Elder Blue after he had settled everything. The 4 great seas of the realm of the gods each occupied an area. The West Sea was in the west of the far West Land. It was extremely vast and boundless. In the depths of the West Sea, there was a floating island. The island was so huge that one couldn't see the end of it. What was shocking was that such a huge island was floating calmly in the sky above the West Sea. No matter how the wind blew or the rain fell, it didn't move an inch. Fang Chen and Elder Blue couldn't help but sigh when they saw the floating island from afar. As expected of the Reincarnation Palace. "This is rare," Fang Chen said. "God Emperor Destruction, after entering the Reincarnation Palace, be careful and follow behind me. The island is filled with scenes of reincarnation arranged by the God Emperor. If you're not careful, you'll fall into the reincarnation," Elder Blue reminded. Fang Chen nodded and stepped onto the island with Elder Blue. At that moment, in the Reincarnation Palace. "Why don't we just admit defeat? No matter how prideful the Reincarnation Palace is, we can't let Ling Er suffer," a God Emperor said. "Yes, Ling Er's reincarnation is very important. It will affect whether she can enter the God Emperor realm in the future. It's just the title of God Emperor Reincarnation. No, the title of God Emperor Reincarnation has always belonged to the Reincarnation Palace. If the Immortal Divine Pavilion gets it, the Reincarnation Palace will become the laughingstock of the realm of the gods." In the main hall, many elders expressed their opinions. Some thought that Ling Er was more important and gave up the battle. Others thought that the Reincarnation Palace couldn't lose face. For a moment, they were stuck in a dilemma. Ling Er, who was dressed in black, had a solemn expression. Seeing this, God Emperor Shui Luo couldn't bear it. The burden on Ling Er's body was seriously too great, crushing her until she was somewhat unable to breathe. "Deputy Palace Master, if there's no other way, let's let the other 4 reincarnation kings fight." "Yes, it's a battle between God Emperors anyway. As long as we send someone, there's no need to let Ling Er fight." After a long discussion, they still couldn't come to a conclusion. Ling Er and God Emperor Shui Luo walked out of the main hall. They strolled in the garden. "Ling Er, you don't have to feel too much pressure. I made the decision to let Elder Lan ask God Emperor Destruction. If he can come, all the problems will be solved," God Emperor Shui Luo said. Ling Er looked up at God Emperor Shui Luo. He knew that Ling Er was angry. "Ling Er," God Emperor Shui Luo was about to speak when a group of people came from afar. "Ha ha ha, isn't this Sister Ling Er? Sister Ling Er, you'll be fighting Brother Wu Teng in 3 days. Are you ready?" These people were the undying warriors of the Immortal Divine Pavilion. They were powerful and unrivaled in the God Emperor realm. In the battle a few days ago, the undying warriors of the Immortal Divine Pavilion had defeated the 4 reincarnation kings of the Reincarnation Palace. This made the people from the Immortal Divine Pavilion even more arrogant. "Humph." Ling Er snorted and turned to leave. Wu Jindi suddenly appeared and blocked Ling Er's path. "Sister Ling Er, I heard that you're breaking through the reincarnation realms. You know that Brother Wu Teng is interested in you. If you talk to Brother Wu Teng in person, he might cancel the battle with you," Wu Jindi said. Shameless. Ling Er's face turned pale. "Sister Ling Er." Whoosh. Suddenly, Wu Jindi felt a gust of wind blowing in front of her. Immediately, a voice sounded. "How dare you call me Ling Er?" Fang Chen looked at Ling Er and blinked. His face was full of smiles. Ling Er, who was a little angry, was excited when she saw Fang Chen. "Brother Fang Chen." Ling Er excitedly held Fang Chen's arm and called out with a smile. At the same time, she deliberately provoked Wu Jindi and the others. "It's you." Wu Jindi's face darkened when she saw who it was. "It's me," Fang Chen said calmly. Wu Jindi saw the intimacy between Ling Er and Fang Chen and was furious. "Godly Emperor Destruction, are you provoking the Immortal Divine Pavilion?" Wu Jindi said coldly. "Brother Wu Teng will not let you go. Could it be that the people from the Immortal Divine Pavilion are all so arrogant and conceited?" Fang Chen sneered. "Trash like you, I can crush you with one hand." Wu Jindi was furious, but she held it in. The last time she saw him, his strength was not to be underestimated. This time, he was praised by the godly Emperor Destruction. Wu Jindi was not confident that she could defeat him. "Good, Very good. Godly Emperor Destruction, you will regret your actions. After saying that, Wu Jindi quickly left the garden with the other undying warriors. Godly Emperor Destruction, thank you for coming to help Ling Er. Godly Emperor Shui Luo cupped his fist and thanked him. Ling Er and I are friends. You don't have to be so polite between friends. Fang Chen said with a smile. Only then did Ling Er realize that she had lost her composure. She hurriedly removed her hand from Fang Chen's body. Brother Fang Chen, you don't mind if I call you that, right? Fang Chen shook his head. Ling Er giggled, revealing 2 little dimples. She was very cute. Now the problem is solved. With the Godly Emperor Destruction here, no matter how strong Wu Ting is, he will not be your match. Godly Emperor Shui Luo smiled. I will inform the elders of the Samsara Palace about this. Chapter 1978. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. Fang Chen's arrival delighted the entire reincarnation palace. Love go little say, Chu after all, the God Emperor of Destruction had said that he was the strongest below the God Emperors. Reincarnation Palace, Floating Garden. God Emperor of Reincarnation, who was dressed in white, exuded an aura of elegance that made him seem unfathomable. God Emperor of Reincarnation was quietly looking at the chessboard on the stone table. In their eyes, the chessboard was like the universe, and the chess pieces on it were like martial artists fighting in the universe. The battle on the chessboard was also a game between the 2 God Emperors. God Emperor of Reincarnation was opposite the Master of the Immortal Divine Pavilion, who was also one of the God Emperors of the 6 Laws, the God Emperor of Creation. God Emperor of Reincarnation, why are you so distracted? God Emperor of Creation gently put down the chess piece in his hand and asked with a smile. God Emperor of Reincarnation stared at the chessboard for a long time without saying a word. God Emperor of Creation did not think much of it. He grinned and said, Why? Are you still worried about the battle between the God Emperors? Let the young people solve their own problems. God Emperor of Creation made it sound easy, but God Emperor of Reincarnation did not think so. Creation. God Emperor of Reincarnation raised his head and looked directly at God Emperor of Creation. What's the point of this? Are you still holding a grudge over what happened in the past? What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. God Emperor of Creation chuckled. Seeing this, God Emperor of Reincarnation did not say anything more. He stood up and left. God Emperor of Creation looked at God Emperor of Reincarnation's back and revealed an unnoticeable smile. Reincarnation, how do you expect me to forget what happened in the past? If anyone was here, they would be shocked. There was also a past between the 2 God Emperors that no one knew. God Emperor of Reincarnation left the floating garden. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and his expression changed. In the next moment, God Emperor of Reincarnation appeared in the square. Lord God Emperor. God Emperor Shui Luo cupped his fists. Where is God Emperor of Destruction? God Emperor Shui Luo had just sent a message that God Emperor of Destruction was here. The Samsara God Emperor was also very happy. Junior Fang Chen greets God Emperor Samsara, Fang Chen said at this moment. Reincarnation God Emperor's pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Fang Chen. After a long while, the Samsara God Emperor burst into laughter. That's right. The strongest person under the God Emperor realm is indeed worthy of his reputation. Who was the Reincarnation God Emperor? He could tell at a glance that Fang Chen was extraordinary. You're willing to fight for Ling Er? You must know that your opponent is the strongest undying warrior in the Immortal Divine Pavilion, Wu Teng. This battle will be dangerous. This is interesting, isn't it? Fang Chen laughed. The Reincarnation God Emperor nodded in satisfaction. He was very fond of Fang Chen. All right, since you've come all the way here to help, the Samsara Palace won't mistreat you. After your battle is over, regardless of the outcome, I will personally protect you and let you enter the Reincarnation Pagoda to cultivate. Hearing the Reincarnation God Emperor's words, Shui Luo God Emperor was surprised. The Reincarnation Pagoda was the most important cultivation resource in the Samsara Palace. Even ordinary reincarnators were not qualified to enter. The reincarnation God Emperor actually allowed an outsider to enter and protect him personally. This showed how much importance the reincarnation God Emperor placed on Fang Chen. Thank you, reincarnation God Emperor. The reincarnation God Emperor waved his hand and said, "Have a good rest." At night, in a guest courtyard of the Samsara Palace, Wu Jindi stood quietly with a solemn look on her face. Beside her sat a man in a white robe. He was the strongest undying warrior in the immortal divine pavilion, Wu Teng. Although they were both undying warriors, Wu Teng's strength was much stronger than Wu Jindi's. "You're saying that the God Emperor destruction is here for Ling Er?" Wu Teng's black eyes lit up as he asked in a deep voice. "Brother Wu Teng, the God Emperor destruction seems to be on good terms with Miss Ling Er," Wu Jindi said softly. Hearing this, Wu Teng's body emitted a sharp aura as he said in a cold voice, "He wants to fight for Ling Er?" After thinking for a while, Wu Jindi said, "Brother Wu Teng, you should be careful. The God Emperor destruction is very strong. Moreover, you should have heard what the God Emperor destruction said. The strongest person below the God Emperor?" A sinister look appeared on Wu Teng's face. "If I defeat him, does it mean that I'm the strongest person below the God Emperor?" The Samsara Palace was suspended in the sky above the West Sea. At night, wisps of sea breeze blew over, making the temperature of the entire island very low. Fang Chen's arrival excited the entire Samsara Palace. Although Wu Teng's strength was abnormal, Fang Chen's strength was not to be underestimated. It was not certain who would win. Time passed. Fang Chen did not have much to do in the Samsara Palace. Ling Er, on the other hand, often came to look for Fang Chen. While chatting with Ling Er, Fang Chen also learned a lot about the secrets of transcending reincarnation. The threshold of a reincarnator was at least 100 reincarnations. As for the reincarnation king, she had to pass more than 1,000 reincarnations. Every reincarnation was a transformation. Some reincarnators would even fail in the reincarnation and die. Moreover, what shocked Fang Chen even more was that Ling Er was actually going through the 10,000th reincarnation. In other words, before this, she had successfully passed through 9,999 reincarnation cycles. This was definitely an extremely terrifying thing. The 10,000th reincarnation was a hurdle. It was very important to Ling Er. If she could walk out of the reincarnation, breaking through to the God Emperor realm would be just around the corner. After listening to Ling Er's introduction, Fang Chen was very shocked. She was indeed the first reincarnation king. If she was at her peak, even he would not be her opponent. Now, a part of Ling Er's primordial spirit was wandering in the reincarnation. It affected her strength and her realm fell to the God King realm. However, Fang Chen did not dare to underestimate her. In the blink of an eye, the day of the battle with Wu Teng arrived. On this day, Ling Er found Fang Chen early in the morning and brought him to the martial arts practice field. There was a sea of people in the martial arts practice field. Almost all of them were the younger generation of the Reincarnation Palace. The thought of the battle between God Emperor Destruction and Wu Teng made them very excited. When Fang Chen arrived at the martial arts practice field, everyone was already there. Whoosh! Wu Teng opened his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. Seeing that he was in close contact with Ling Er, he was furious. Then, Wu Teng jumped onto the martial arts practice field. Reincarnation, you actually put aside your pride to find God Emperor Destruction? The creation God Emperor said with a smile. Why? Is the immortal divine pavilion afraid? If Wu Teng admits defeat, this battle will be cancelled. The reincarnation God Emperor said lightly. The creation God Emperor shook her head and did not say anything else. Her gaze fell on Fang Chen and she said to herself, I would like to see what the number one person under the God Emperor Destruction is capable of. The reincarnation God Emperor briefly announced the rules of the battle and Fang Chen went up to the martial arts practice field. Suddenly, there was a lot of discussion from the crowd. Is he God Emperor Destruction? He is so young. Yes, he is so young and yet he has reached such a realm. I think he has a high chance of defeating Wu Teng. Humph, Wu Teng is a despicable man. He took the opportunity to challenge Miss Ling Er to reincarnation. I feel embarrassed for him. The people who were watching the battle were basically from the reincarnation palace. They did not like Wu Ting from the bottom of their hearts, and they supported Fang Chen unconditionally. At the front of the martial arts practice field, the 4 reincarnation kings looked at each other and smiled bitterly. All these years, we have been stagnant and the improvement of our strength has been too slow. After this battle ends, I will go to reincarnation. That's right. We should get in touch with the outside world. The 4 reincarnation kings sighed. They did not even have the courage to attack Wu Ting. However, both Fang Chen and Fang Chen were not afraid at all. Just from this point alone, the gap between them was obvious. Under the eyes of the crowd, the situation on the martial arts practice field changed. God Emperor Destruction, you should not have come here. Wu Ting said expressionlessly. I heard that the undying warriors of the immortal divine pavilion are born with divine strength and unparalleled physical body. They are like killing machines. I am very curious. Is it true? Fang Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, Wu Teng's face changed and he exuded a wild aura. You will know in a while. And I promise that this will be an unforgettable memory. On the rostrum, the reincarnation God Emperor and the creation God Emperor watched quietly. God Emperor Xue Luo and the others were very excited. The battle between the two could be considered as the highest level of God Emperor realm. On one side was the undying warrior with unparalleled physical body and super self-healing ability. On the other side was the number 1 person under the God Emperor Destruction. This was a tit-for-tat battle. Chapter 1979. Genius 1 second. Remember Love Divided by Go Divided by Little? Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. For Wu Ting, this was a tough battle. Love Go Little Say Neck. However, for Fang Chen, this was a normal battle. Since he had consumed the great strength elixir, his physical strength had become extremely strong and his strength had increased tremendously. Just like what Emperor God Destruction had said, he was the strongest person below the Emperor God. In the entire divine world, there was no one in the divine Emperor realm that Fang Chen was afraid of. I heard that the undying warrior's physical strength is unparalleled. I wonder how it compares to mine. Fang Chen thought to himself. The undying warrior was known to have an unparalleled physical strength and strong self-healing ability. Although it was a little exaggerated, it also showed how strong the undying warrior was. Wu Teng was the strongest undying warrior in the immortal divine pavilion and he had the right to be proud. Boom! Wu Teng's aura shook as the endless creation rules of order circled around his body. Fang Chen could clearly feel that Wu Teng's physical strength was very strong. Let me see how strong Emperor God Destruction is. Following Wu Teng's shout, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Chen in an instant. Then, all the energy in his body erupted as he threw a punch at Fang Chen. Dong! Seeing this, Fang Chen threw a punch casually and blocked Wu Teng's fist radiance. Wu Teng's figure took a few steps backward as his face was filled with astonishment. Your physical strength is not bad. Wu Ting was full of fighting spirit. He was an undying warrior and was known to have an unparalleled physical strength. He thought that his physical strength was the best among the divine emperors. Even the 3 holy sons of the beast god tribe were no match for him. However, now that he had met someone who could compete with him in terms of physical strength, he was eager to have a try. Kill. Wu Teng's face darkened as a wild power emanated from his body. You want to compete with me in strength? Fang Chen grinned. Wu Teng wanted to prove that his body was unparalleled. He wanted to use his physical strength to suppress him. Unfortunately, he was wrong. His physical body had already reached the level of a god emperor. How could Wu Teng compare to him? Since you want to compete, I'll let you know what absolute power is. Fang Chen said softly. Immediately, he activated his perfect sword body. Complex sword-shaped runes flowed on the surface of his skin. In the next moment, the golden heart began to beat rapidly, and a thick golden liquid flowed out of it and into Fang Chen's fist. At this time, Fang Chen had already transformed into a humanoid monster. He suddenly punched out, causing the void to distort. Courting death. Seeing Fang Chen compete with him in strength, Wu Teng sneered and pushed his strength to the limit. Dong! The 2 fists collided, causing the entire martial arts stage to tremble. Boom! Wu Teng suddenly realized that a terrifying power emerged from Fang Chen's fist and quickly invaded his body. This, deng deng deng. Wu Teng, who was in shock, was forced to retreat. After stabilizing his body with great difficulty, Wu Teng's face was extremely pale. His dark eyes stared at Fang Chen. What a strong physical strength! In the martial arts stage, the 4 reincarnation kings were shocked. The physical strength that Fang Chen had just displayed was enough to suppress the 4 of them. Beside them, Ling Er's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Fang Chen with a smile. Using physical strength to suppress Wu Teng? That's a good idea. On the rostrum, the 2 God Emperors' faces changed slightly. Especially the Creation God Emperor, he looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. As an God Emperor, he naturally saw through Wu Teng's physical strength from the battle just now. How is this possible? His physical strength has surpassed the Undying Warrior. The Creation God Emperor said softly. The Reincarnation God Emperor, who was beside him, was full of smiles. It was no wonder that the Destruction God Emperor, who was so proud, would personally say that Fang Chen was the number 1 under the God Emperor. Now it seemed that it was true. Just his physical strength alone is enough to fight against Wu Teng. Moreover, he is a disciple of the Heaven Bone Palace, not an Undying Warrior. Who can compare with such an achievement? The Reincarnation God Emperor became more excited as he watched. On the martial arts stage, Wu Teng was completely enraged by Fang Chen. He roared and activated all the strength in his body to fight against Fang Chen. He thought that he could get back at Wu Teng, but he was wrong. In the next moment, Fang Chen seemed to have changed into another person. Fang Chen's strength suddenly soared. Fang Chen actually smashed a large hole in Wu Teng's undying body. Bang! With a fierce punch, Wu Teng's body was smashed onto the martial arts stage. Wu Teng was in a sorry state and the sound of his bones cracking could be heard. How can this be? Wu Teng could not believe what he was seeing. He was the strongest Undying Warrior and his physical strength was the strongest. How could the Destruction God Emperor's physical strength suppress him so easily? On the rostrum, the 2 God Emperors finally realized the mystery of Fang Chen's physical strength. No wonder he could suppress Wu Teng. A God Emperor could cultivate his physical strength to the level of an Emperor God. He has made history in the divine world. The Reincarnation God Emperor muttered to himself. The Creation God Emperor, who was beside him, also regained his composure. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. The Destruction God Emperor is right. The number 1 under the God Emperor is the Destruction God Emperor. Wu Teng was no match for the Destruction God Emperor. In terms of physical strength, Wu Teng was completely defeated. There was an uproar in the martial arts stage. Countless martial artists looked at the 2 in disbelief. Stormy waves rose in the depths of their hearts. In this world, there was someone who could suppress Wu Teng with physical strength. This was too miraculous. Miracle, this is definitely a miracle. No one has done it before and no one will do it in the future. The Destruction God Emperor's battle is enough to go down in history. Yes, his physical strength completely suppressed Wu Teng. The latter had no chance to fight back. Countless discussions could be heard in the crowd. At this moment, Wu Teng heard the discussions and felt that it was extremely harsh. No, I am the strongest God Emperor. Wu Teng's aura gradually changed. He seemed to have entered a state of madness. My physical strength is not as good as yours, but my attack power is definitely stronger than yours. Wu Teng muttered to himself. Then, his body was filled with the extremely vast power of creation rules of order. The wounds on his body that were caused by Fang Chen were completely healed in the blink of an eye. This was the terrifying self-healing ability of the Undying Warrior. Is there still a need to continue the battle? Fang Chen asked as he spread out his hands. By now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wu Teng was no match for him. However, it seemed that Wu Teng was not satisfied and wanted to continue the battle. In fact, it was understandable if one thought about it carefully. A peerless expert standing at the top of the mountain was suddenly pushed into the abyss without any preparation. Ordinary people would not be able to accept such a difference. Humph, Do you think that you can win against me because your physical strength is stronger than mine? Wu Ting was in a state of madness. His eyes were scarlet as he said coldly. The creation god emperor on the rostrum shook his head but did not stop him. He knew that if he stopped Wu Ting from fighting, it would become a demon in his heart that he could not get rid of for the rest of his life. Only by completely releasing the anger in his heart could he be completely free. He might even be able to use this opportunity to reach the threshold of the God Emperor realm. The creation God Emperor had been staring at the martial arts arena. If there was anything wrong, he would immediately take action. Wu Teng's mentality is not good. The reincarnation God Emperor said, as the strongest undying warrior, how can he be in such a state because of a defeat? Reincarnation, as the God Emperor, you can naturally accept it. But what about them? The difference is too great. They just can't accept it, the creation God Emperor said indifferently. The sky gradually darkened. A whip appeared in Wu Teng's hand. This whip was made of an extremely precious divine beast skin. Its attack power was very strong. Holding the whip in his hand, Wu Teng's face suddenly revealed a smile that was not a smile. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning swooped down from the dark sky and struck Wu Teng's body. Spots of lightning appeared around his body. Attracting lightning into his body? Fang Chen frowned. What was Wu Ting trying to do? He was playing with fire. How could he use such a method to deal with him? As time passed, more and more bolts of lightning swooped down from the sky. The sound of thunder shook the heavens. The entire sky above the reincarnation palace was filled with a vast aura. Every time Wu Ting swung the whip, the heavens and earth would shake. Chapter 1980. Genius remembers love in 1 second small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The disciples of the Samsara Palace are carefully selected. Their comprehension of the Tao of reincarnation had already reached a very high level. Even so, if he wanted to rely on himself to break through the cycle of reincarnation, it would be a situation where there was only a slim chance of survival. Not to mention that he has never comprehended the Tao of reincarnation, Linga said. I see. Fang Chen nodded gently, suddenly enlightened. The Tao of reincarnation was broad and profound, and he only knew a little about it. Brother Fang Chen, this is an opportunity to challenge the reincarnation pagoda. Most importantly, there was almost no danger to one's life inside. If one fell into the cycle of reincarnation and was unable to extricate oneself, the Hall Master would personally intervene. Therefore, you don't have any worries about the consequences either. Just focus on experiencing reincarnation and that will do, Linga said. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Fang Chen asked. After all, this was his first attempt at overcoming the cycle of reincarnation. Moreover, this was his only chance. Such a precious opportunity must be grasped properly. Otherwise, he would regret it. After transcending reincarnation, you will live in the universe again with various identities, from birth to death. During this period, don't try to change anything, because once you subconsciously do something, it will affect your breakthrough of reincarnation, which is very dangerous. Linga continued to say, actually, the most important thing about breaking through reincarnation is the process of training one's mind. Fang Chen nodded. He agreed with Ling Er. He also possessed the reincarnation law and had some comprehension of the reincarnation Tao. Although the reincarnation pagoda is safe, it's very difficult to reach the top. So far, apart from us 5 great reincarnation kings, no reincarnator has been able to reach the 7th floor and above, Linga said. So difficult. Fang Chen curled his lips. Even those reincarnators who had experienced 100 reincarnations were unable to break past the 7th level. How many levels could he reach? Big brother Fang Chen, you don't have to think about it too much. Just treat it as a form of training. Love go little say W. Klinger said with a grin. The entire reincarnation palace was enveloped by a layer of reincarnation rules of order. Without the permission of the Samsara Palace, no one could enter. Even if they were lucky enough to enter, they would definitely be lost in the darkness. Finally, the reincarnation pagoda opened. The 5 reincarnation kings accompanied Fang Chen to the front of the reincarnation pagoda. Upon closer inspection, There was nothing unusual about the appearance of the reincarnation pagoda. It was just like an ordinary small pagoda. "This is the reincarnation pagoda?" Fang Chen asked. "Brother Fang Chen, don't underestimate the reincarnation pagoda. This is just what he wants you to see. When you enter the pagoda, you will know," Linga said. Rumble. A terrifying aura could be felt as the reincarnation god emperor appeared in the sky. "Fang Chen, the reincarnation pagoda has already opened. You can go in and train without worry. If there's any danger, I'll wake you up immediately." The reincarnation god emperor's voice echoed throughout the reincarnation palace. "Thank you, Lord God Emperor." Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. Then, he took a deep breath and entered the reincarnation pagoda. "Which level do you think the godly emperor destruction can reach?" The fifth reincarnation king asked thoughtfully. "Which level? I don't think he can even pass the first level." The fourth reincarnation king curled his lips and said, "Although the godly emperor destruction is much stronger than us, he doesn't even have the slightest foundation of the reincarnation Tao. It's impossible for him to pass the 100 reincarnations." "That's right. If it was so easy to pass the reincarnation palace, there wouldn't be so few reincarnators." The third reincarnation king nodded. The second reincarnation king looked at Ling Er with a smile and asked, "Sister Ling Er, what do you think?" "I don't know either." Ling Er stuck out her tongue playfully and shook her head. Actually, what she said was true. Fang Chen gave her an unfathomable feeling. From the bottom of her heart, she always believed that Fang Chen would give everyone a miracle. God World, West Sea. Somewhere at the bottom of the sea, in an extremely secluded place. It was dark all year round and there was no sunlight. Darkness was a synonym for this place. Other than the sound of the sea, there were no unusual sounds. However, no one knew that this inconspicuous place was one of the 5 strongholds of the Holy Light religion in the God world. This stronghold was within the territory of the Reincarnation Palace. Therefore, the experts in the stronghold were very careful. Godly Emperor Tianlun, our intelligence agency has sent back news that the Godly Emperor Destruction has entered the Reincarnation Tower to cultivate. In the stronghold of the Holy Light religion, a brown-robed Godly Emperor whispered. Beside him stood a white-robed Godly Emperor. This person was wrapped in a cloud of white mist and exuded a terrifying aura. The Godly Emperor Destruction's potential is too strong. Such a demon of the human race must be killed. Otherwise, it will ruin our plans. Godly Emperor Tianlun said. Godly Emperor Tianlun was the main person in charge of this stronghold. At the same time, he was also an expert at the peak of the Godly Emperor realm. But the Godly Emperor Destruction has always been in the Reincarnation Palace. "We can't make a move," the brown-robed Godly Emperor said awkwardly. "Moreover, recently, the 10 strongest Godly Emperors have been eyeing one of our strongholds. Our Holy Light religion has suffered heavy losses. The hierarch is very angry. We must not act rashly. Otherwise, once the stronghold is discovered, we will be in trouble." Godly Emperor Tianlun let out a sinister smile. "I have been thinking about how to deal with the Godly Emperor Destruction. Now, the opportunity has finally arrived." Godly Emperor Tianlun said, "Contact the Godly Emperor of Death immediately. Tell him that I have found a way to deal with the Godly Emperor Destruction." The brown-robed Godly Emperor nodded. Immediately, he took out a token and crushed it. Suddenly, spatial ripples appeared in the sky above the stronghold. In the next moment, the projection of the Godly Emperor of Death appeared. Godly Emperor Tianlun. The Godly Emperor of Death looked at him. "If you have something to say it quickly. This is the territory of the Reincarnation Palace. I can't stay here for too long. Otherwise, I will be in trouble if I am discovered. Godly Emperor of Death, I have found a way to kill the Godly Emperor Destruction. But the price will be slightly higher. You need to increase the reward." Godly Emperor Tianlun said directly. The Godly Emperor of Death frowned, somewhat displeased. Then, Godly Emperor Tianlun told the details to the Godly Emperor of Death. The latter pondered for a moment and then said, "Okay, I promise you. But the reward will be given to you after you kill the Godly Emperor Destruction." "No problem, deal." Godly Emperor Tianlun readily agreed. Remember, destroy both the original body and the doppelganger. The godly Emperor of Death reminded. Although he did not know whether Fang Chen had a doppelganger or not, to be on the safe side, he still had to use special means. It would be best if he could destroy the doppelganger so as to ensure that nothing would go wrong. After the godly Emperor of Death's projection disappeared, godly Emperor Tianlun smiled. I am going to enter the reincarnation palace. During this time, no one can disturb me. Godly Emperor Tianlun said. Hearing this, the brown-robed godly emperor's body trembled. Immediately, he was overjoyed and said, Godly Emperor Tianlun, are you going to kill the godly emperor destruction in the reincarnation palace? Godly Emperor Tianlun nodded. Ha ha ha, quietly killing him in the reincarnation palace. No one will think that it was done by the Holy Light sect. Godly Emperor Tianlun sat cross-legged. His body was instantly wrapped in the terrifying power of the reincarnation palace. In the Holy Light sect, there were many experts who cultivated the reincarnation Tao. Godly Emperor Tianlun was one of them. His attainments in the reincarnation Tao had reached an extremely high level. If he was in the divine realm, he would probably be in existence second only to the godly Emperor of reincarnation. Godly Emperor Tianlun had a special unique skill, which was also obtained in the Holy Light sect. What did it mean that he could enter the reincarnation palace of others? It meant that if he wanted to kill a person, as long as he entered the reincarnation palace, he could quietly kill the person. However, there was a prerequisite. The target must break through the reincarnation palace. Reincarnation palace, the first floor of the reincarnation pagoda. As soon as Fang Chen entered, he felt the terrifying power of the reincarnation palace. The next moment, he felt that he had passed through the long river of time and entered the reincarnation palace. Buzz. After a while, Fang Chen saw a new world. On a remote continent, in a certain region, in a city. With a whoosh, a baby boy was born. The whole world seemed to have undergone a strange and imperceptible change. Fang Chen's consciousness saw all of this clearly from the perspective of a third party. Is this the reincarnation palace? Fang Chen said to himself, it feels so strange, as if I am there. Chapter 1981. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Every reincarnation transcendence was a fundamental transformation. Fang Chen had been observing the newborn baby from the perspective of a third party. This continent is called the Ounce Continent. Soul cultivation is the main focus. A newborn baby's mind power is already surprisingly strong, Fang Chen said to himself. As time passed, the baby boy gradually grew into an adult. Qi refinement realm, Qi transformation realm, Qi Si realm, one realm after another was raised, revisiting the path of martial arts again and again. In the blink of an eye, a reincarnation cycle ended. The baby boy eventually reached the top of the universe with his soul Tao. Buzz. Fang Chen's mind was shaking, and his primordial spirit was undergoing subtle changes. Going through a reincarnation cycle was hundreds of millions of years. But in the outside world, it was just a snap of the fingers. Fang Chen successfully experienced the first reincarnation cycle and gained a lot. His understanding of the soul Tao was even more profound. Next, the second and third reincarnations. One reincarnation cycle after another, almost without any obstacles. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had already reached more than 90 reincarnations. During this period, Fang Chen's understanding of martial arts had greatly improved. His body seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering change. At this moment, in the world where Fang Chen was experiencing reincarnation, Divine Emperor Tianlun was staring at him in a corner. 100 reincarnations, wait for the last reincarnation cycle, then I will take action. Divine Emperor Tianlun did not want to take action easily. If he failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. He still had a certain understanding of the reincarnation pagoda of the reincarnation palace. Each level was equivalent to 100 reincarnations, and the last reincarnation cycle was the most important. If he killed Fang Chen in the last reincarnation cycle, then he would definitely die in the real world. I'll let you live for a while longer. Divine Emperor Tianlun said to himself with a gloomy face. Outside the reincarnation pagoda. The 5 reincarnation kings looked at the reincarnation pagoda curiously. I wonder how God Emperor Destruction is now. I guess he's still in the first level, and has at most gone through 10 reincarnations. He has never come into contact with the reincarnation palace. He has never even experienced reincarnation. It will take some time to adapt, so don't expect too much. Several reincarnation kings were discussing with each other. Only the first reincarnation King Ling blinked her pitch-black eyes. No one knew what she was thinking in her mind. God Emperor Samsara sat cross-legged in the sky and closed his eyes to rest. He was constantly paying attention to the situation in the reincarnation pagoda. As long as Fang Chen acted strangely, he would teleport him out. Not bad, you've actually reached the 99th cycle. The reincarnation God Emperor only took a glance and discovered the situation of Fang Chen's reincarnation. He was very satisfied with Fang Chen's performance. At the very least, it was impossible for an ordinary person to perform as well as Fang Chen. Wouldn't it be great if he were a disciple of the Samsara Palace? The reincarnation God Emperor sighed. At the same time, he was envious of the bone progenitor. Such an outstanding disciple with an unparalleled fleshly body and heaven-defying potential in the Sword Tao. He is destined to become a God Emperor expert in the future. To think that the bone progenitor took advantage of him. The first level of the reincarnation pagoda. A white light flashed in front of him. Fang Chen had already passed the 99th cycle. In the next moment, he arrived at the 100th cycle. This is the last cycle of the first level. After going through the 99th cycle, Fang Chen felt that he had benefited a lot. I wonder what's the difficulty of the 100th cycle? As he was thinking, the scene of the 100th cycle appeared in front of him. This was a world of Sword Tao, where the sword reigned supreme. The entire world was filled with dense Sword Tao aura. When Fang Chen was born, he triggered a vision of heaven and earth. He was thought to be born for the sword. And he did not disappoint. When he was 5 years old, he had already defeated a martial artist in his teens with his exquisite Sword Tao. After that, Fang Chen's Sword Tao potential was completely unleashed. He was invincible in the same realm and could even challenge other martial artists across realms. Spring passed and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, he had become the strongest martial artist in the Sword Tao continent. At this time, he encountered the most dangerous thing in his life. In a wasteland somewhere in the Sword Tao continent, Emperor Tian Lun floated in the air and looked down at Fang Chen. Fang Chen. Emperor Tian Lun said. Who are you? How do you know me? Fang Chen could feel that the strength of the person in front of him was beyond his imagination. I am the one who will kill you. Emperor Tian Lun smiled sinisterly and immediately displayed a tyrannical attack. Rumble. A series of tyrannical attacks shot out from his fist and blasted toward Fang Chen. Kill. Seeing this, Fang Chen's eyes turned scarlet. He growled and fought back. Dong. However, his opponent was too strong. There was no way he could resist. In a flash, Fang Chen was blasted away by Emperor Tianlun's attack. He fell to the ground and was on the verge of death. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was in the reincarnation pagoda, vomited blood and his face turned pale. That is, when Fang Chen saw the scene in the world of reincarnation, his heart burned with anger. What's going on? At the same time, Emperor Tianlun also noticed this scene. Damn it, it's Emperor Tianlun. Emperor Tianlun was furious. His figure instantly appeared in front of Fang Chen in the reincarnation pagoda. Immediately, the wild power of the reincarnation law was injected into Fang Chen's body. The latter's injuries gradually stabilized. Emperor Tianlun, in the world of reincarnation, the person who dealt with you was Emperor Tianlun of the Holy Light sect. He entered your world of reincarnation and wanted to kill you. Emperor Tianlun said with a gloomy face. What should I do now? There was no resistance at all. Unless a miracle happened, he would die without a doubt. If I intervene by force, I can save you. However, you are very likely to be counterattacked by the world of reincarnation. The consequences are unimaginable. Emperor Tianlun was helpless. He did not expect the Holy Light sect to send Emperor Tianlun to kill Fang Chen. To enter someone else's world of reincarnation, even Emperor Tianlun had to pay a high price. At this moment, in the world of reincarnation, Emperor Tianlun had already walked in front of Fang Chen. He clenched his fist and punched down. Poochie. Fang Chen, who was in the reincarnation pagoda, vomited blood and fainted. I can't care so much. Emperor Tianlun saw this and made a move. However, at this moment, a strange scene appeared. A golden light swooped down from the distant sky. Immediately, the golden light submerged Fang Chen's body and he disappeared from the Sword Dao continent. Emperor Tianlun was a little surprised, but he quickly calmed down. Buzz. Emperor Tianlun descended directly into Fang Chen's world of reincarnation. Emperor Tianlun! Emperor Tianlun roared. Emperor Tianlun reacted from the shock. When he saw Emperor Tianlun, his face changed and he wanted to escape. However, Emperor Tianlun was a powerful person. He had already used the reincarnation rules of reincarnation to the extreme. No, Emperor Tianlun let out a miserable cry. Then, his figure faded and finally disappeared. Holy Light Sect's stronghold. Poochie. Emperor Tianlun opened his eyes and vomited blood. His face was extremely pale. Emperor Tianlun, what happened to you? The brown-robed emperor hurried in and asked in shock. There was an accident. Emperor Tianlun, that old man, attacked me. Emperor Tianlun said. Get out of here quickly. However, as soon as Emperor Tianlun finished his words, a terrifying aura instantly shrouded the sea. At the same time, Emperor Tianlun sent a message to the other emperor gods. I found a stronghold of the Holy Light Sect. As soon as the news spread, the other emperor gods responded. After a while, the projections of the 8 emperor gods arrived. Only Emperor Swordless of the South Tomb Sword Palace did not come. Ha ha ha, Tianlun, you are really something. You found a stronghold of the Holy Light Sect. We have sealed the stronghold. No one inside can escape. The emperor gods were happy. The Holy Light Sect had 5 strongholds in the divine world. These 5 strongholds were their core. So far, they had only eliminated 3 strongholds. This was the 4th. The remnants of the Holy Light Sect are really powerful. They hid their stronghold here. No wonder we couldn't find it. Emperor God Taishu said. Emperor Tianlun turned to Bone Progenitor and said, Bone Progenitor, I can find this stronghold thanks to Emperor God of Destruction. Oh, my disciple has done a great job. Bone Progenitor laughed. But what? Bone Progenitor frowned. He had a bad feeling. Please visit and bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Chapter 1982. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The other God Emperors also looked at the Samsara God Emperor. The stronghold of the Holy Light Sect had been sealed by them, and the remaining members of the Holy Light Sect had nowhere to run. Your disciple is good friends with the first Samsara king of the Samsara Palace. He knew that she was in trouble, so he came to help her. In order to express his gratitude to the Samsara Palace, I let him enter the Samsara Pagoda to cultivate, and I will guard it personally, the Samsara God Emperor said slowly. Hearing this, the Bone Progenitor nodded. It was not easy for the Samsara God Emperor to let Fang Chen enter the Samsara Pagoda to cultivate. However, I did not expect the Holy Light Sect to hate the Godly Emperor Destruction to the core, and to let Godly Emperor Tianlun enter his Samsara world at all costs to attack him. Hearing this, the other God Emperor's expressions changed. Breaking into the Samsara world was a very dangerous thing. What about my disciple? How is he? The Bone Progenitor asked anxiously. At that time, the situation was critical. I entered the Samsara Pagoda to protect the Godly Emperor Destruction, and thought about how to deal with it. After all, you know that if I forced my way into his Samsara world to fight against Godly Emperor Tianlun, he would suffer a backlash, the Samsara God Emperor said. Although the Bone Progenitor was worried about Fang Chen, he knew what the Samsara God Emperor said. There was nothing wrong with the Samsara God Emperor's actions. He was doing it for Fang Chen's sake. However, at that moment, something strange happened. A golden light tore through the sky, fell from the sky, and took away the Godly Emperor Destruction. I took the opportunity to enter his samsara world, and captured godly Emperor Tianlun. The samsara god emperor said, after that, I followed the aura of godly Emperor Tianlun here and found a stronghold. So, someone secretly saved my disciple? The bone progenitor's eyes flickered as he said. The samsara god emperor shook his head and said, I don't know. Even I could not see through that golden light. However, just now, I found your disciple again. What shocked me was that his injuries had already healed, and he was continuing to challenge the 100 reincarnation cycle. At this point, the reincarnation god emperor could not help but praise Fang Chen. Bone progenitor, your disciple's future is limitless. If he survives this disaster, he will have good fortune in the future. After passing through the 100 reincarnations, his strength will reach a higher level. He will most likely be able to fight against an emperor god as a divine emperor. It's good that you're okay. The bone progenitor heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. This disciple of his was becoming more and more outstanding. As his master, his face was also shining. Ha ha ha, bone progenitor, it's all thanks to your disciple. I'm really lucky to have picked up such an outstanding disciple. His fleshly body is comparable to the God Emperor realm. His potential in the Sword Tao has surpassed that of the God Emperor of Death and the Black Emperor. If he can really pass through the 100 reincarnation cycle, it will only be a matter of time before he enters the God Emperor realm. The God Emperor of Destruction nodded gently. All right, let's destroy the stronghold of the Holy Light religion first. The 9 ultimate God Emperors joined forces and destroyed the stronghold of the Holy Light religion. Even Emperor God Tianlun fell. This battle dealt a heavy blow to the Holy Light religion. After this, the whereabouts of the Holy Light religion in the divine world became even more secretive. They entered a short incubation period and all their actions stopped. This also brought a period of peace to the divine world. The 9 ultimate God Emperors came to the reincarnation hall one after another. Ha ha ha, I wonder if Fang Chen can break through to the God Emperor realm this time. Emperor God Tai Shu laughed. Although he has great potential, breaking through to the God Emperor realm is not just about potential. Emperor God Tian Lin said. The other Emperor gods were also exchanging their own opinions. Only the bone progenitor and the reincarnation God Emperor stood at the front and stared at Fang Chen, who was in the reincarnation pagoda. On the first level of the reincarnation pagoda, Fang Chen was lying quietly. He was going through the 100 reincarnations cycle. Reincarnation world, Sword Wei land. The battle back then was really dangerous. But because of that, I underwent a tremendous transformation. After so many years, he still sighed when he thought of that battle. The current Fang Chen was the absolute overlord of the Sword Wei land. No one could shake his position. What is the Sword Wei? In the clouds of the Sword Wei land, Fang Chen sat cross-legged and comprehended the Sword Wei. Buzz. A golden luster appeared in his mind. In Fang Chen's mind, the aura of the Sword Wei spread wildly. The Sword Wei is the human way. The sword is the man and the man is the sword. With the sword in your heart, you are invincible. Year after year, Fang Chen had been comprehending the Sword Wei. 100 years later, the Sword Wei luster shone on Fang Chen's body. He suddenly opened his eyes with a bright smile on his face. I am breaking through reincarnation? To be able to realize that he was breaking through reincarnation in the reincarnation world could only mean one thing. The reincarnation had ended. Boom. 100 reincarnations had ended. The experience of 100 reincarnations was all integrated into Fang Chen's mind. His body had undergone earth-shattering changes, and he was improving in all aspects. In his mind, his primordial spirit trembled. His primordial spirit, which had reached the peak of the 3rd Yuan realm, had a little golden luster. After that, what was even more shocking was that there were signs of a 4th golden man forming next to his 3 golden men. Although it was just a sign, there was still a long way to go before it could be formed. But it was enough to shake the divine world. In the entire divine world, only the 10 strongest emperor gods could reach the primordial spirit of a half-step 4th Yuan realm. Boom, the soul Wei power in his body increased rapidly until it reached the peak of the middle true god realm. His primordial spirit gradually calmed down, followed by the changes in his physical body. The perfect sword body became stronger again. Sword-shaped runes were densely packed. Roughly, it was at least 10 billion. Outside the reincarnation pagoda, the 9 strongest emperor gods watched this scene quietly. They sighed in their hearts. Another exceptional demon was born. Then, they didn't doubt Fang Chen's power. If he were to fight with an ordinary emperor god, he would be able to retreat unscathed and he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. He was the first emperor god in this universe era to be able to do this. Bone progenitor, congratulations. A few emperor gods who had a good relationship with the bone progenitor cupped their fists and congratulated him. The other emperor gods looked on coldly and calmly. Boom. When the experience of 100 reincarnations had melted, Fang Chen opened his eyes. 100 reincarnations? Fang Chen muttered to himself. He stood up and felt the power in his body getting restless. So strong. Now, I have nothing to fear even if I face the emperor gods in the South Pole continent. There were 3 levels of emperor gods. The first level was the weakest emperor gods. For example, the 4 emperor gods in the South Pole continent. Emperor god Xiao Luo had just touched the threshold of the second level and was the strongest among the 4. The emperor gods in the second level were Emperor God of Death and Emperor Black. As for the emperor gods in the third level, they were the 10 strongest emperor gods. They were the top experts in the universe. It's time to leave. Although he wanted to continue to the second level of the reincarnation pagoda, he knew that he had to be careful. However, Fang Chen knew his limits. An accident had happened during the 100 reincarnation cycles and he had nearly died. He needed to recuperate. Voila. When Fang Chen left the reincarnation pagoda, he instantly felt 9 terrifying auras. Heh! Fang Chen raised his head and saw the 9 strongest emperor gods. He was dumbfounded. Why were they here? And they were all staring at him. Master, why are you here? What happened? Fang Chen asked curiously. Ha ha ha, you brat, you can surprise me no matter where you go. Bone progenitor walked forward and patted Fang Chen's shoulder. Fang Chen, congratulations on successfully breaking through reincarnation. Emperor God of Reincarnation said warmly. At this moment, Fang Chen understood. Master and the others were here because of the crisis he encountered when breaking through reincarnation. However, he didn't know that one of Holy Light Religion's strongholds was destroyed and they suffered heavy losses. After witnessing the miracle, most of the emperor gods left. In the reincarnation palace, only the bone progenitor and emperor god of reincarnation were left. When the bone progenitor told Fang Chen everything, the latter was speechless. Holy Light Religion? Why do they want to kill me? Fang Chen frowned. Fang Chen, you have become a famous person in the realm of gods at such a young age. Holy Light Religion has been eyeing you for a long time. Bone progenitor said, Holy Light Religion will not allow a monstrous genius like you to survive. So once they find out, they will assassinate you at all costs. Be careful in the realm of gods. Please visit and bookmark this site to read the latest novel.